Will you reach, Sergey, to... Yeah, I will try. The transmission, yes, that's right. What about line 2? I should leave it? Yes, leave it as is. It is the left one. Yes, left lower one. Can you reach it? Let me try. This is EV1. Guys, don't rush. You know, the stabilization needs to be for 5 minutes, so there is no hurry at all. So we did not hear each other when it was released. Now we pressed it again, the transmission button. Sergey, so could you please repeat? There was a dropout. We did not hear. So what happened? When we released the transmission button, the connection, the communication between EV1 and 2 disappeared. So as soon as we pressed it, we started hearing each other again. So you pressed it again. Yes, that's right. Copy. Okay, so let's leave this configuration for now. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, a view of the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, which is currently flying from northwest to southeast at an altitude of 259 statute miles over the Northwest Pacific Ocean. Everything on board in great shape. The 5 U.S. OS crew members, U.S. Orbital Segment crew members, Kate Rubins, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, Soichi Noguchi, the latter 4 having arrived aboard the Crew Dragon Resilience late Monday night to form a 7-person crew on board the orbital outpost.
So
everyone in good shape. The 5 USOS crew members currently working inside on a variety of tasks, including utilization, as well as transferring equipment from Resilience over to the International Space Station. Meanwhile, Rubins has completed her work in support of the preparation of the cosmonauts on board Expedition 64 Commander Sergei Ryzhikov and Flight Engineer Sergei Sverchkov, who are inside the Poisk module conducting a methodical series of tasks on a checklist to depressurize the Poisk, repressurizing it, and then depressurizing it again prior to opening up the spacewalk hatch. In this, the first ever use of Poisk as an airlock. This is the first tentative step in the ultimate decommissioning of the other module on the opposite side of the Russian segment, the Pirs docking compartment that has served both as a docking port and as a spacewalking airlock since it was launched in September of 2001. Pirs next year will be disposed of through the use of a Progress resupply vehicle. Progress will be launched, will dock to Pirs, and then it will be detached from the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment and deorbited to clear the decks for the launching of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, a huge 22-ton module, 43 feet in length, 13.5 feet in diameter, that will be launched on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome to replace Pirs and serve both as a research laboratory as well as a docking port and an airlock for Russian spacewalks.
5-minute stabilization time is over. KVD PGO S2 valve should be closed manually by you. Sounds good. KVD PGO SM. What position again, Moscow? Closed. KVD PGO SM valve should be closed manually. KVD PGO SM is in the closed position now. Copy, Kate. Now, what about PGO pressure on MV? 599 is the current pressure. Copy, Kate, 599. Okay, start 5-minute timer to monitor the pressure. Copy. Inaudible from EV1. Sergey 1 and 2, so pressure gauge pressure in your spacesuit? 018 for EV1 and 018 for EV2. Great. And so what about the pre-breathe timer? How much time is left? 15 minutes, 45 seconds.
Принято, хорошо.
Copy, that's good.
We are in the very early stages of today's activities that will ultimately lead to Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov floating outside of the Poist airlock to begin their work for the day. Once outside, they have about 5.5 hours of spacewalking tasks to complete, including the replacement of the hardware for a fluid flow regulator that does just what the name suggests, provides the right regulation of fluids to flow through the plumbing of the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The spacewalk occurring 2 days shy of the 22nd anniversary of the launch of Zarya on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as the first element of the International Space Station. They then will make their way to disconnect a telemetry antenna called a Transit B antenna that is connected at the interface between the Zvezda service module and the Pirs docking compartment and reconnected to the interface to the Poisk module, the first of many, many steps in the months ahead that will lead to the decommissioning of Pirs as a spacewalking airlock and a docking port for arriving Russian vehicles. They will retrieve a bracket that is housed on the outside of Pirs that contains a series of material science experiments. They'll clean a window on the Zvezda service module and redirect a thruster impingement monitoring unit on the Poisk module, all part of today's spacewalk. Once it begins, the spacewalk not yet underway, it will begin with the initial opening of the hatch to the Poisk module following this series of activities to test the integrity of Poisk in terms of holding pressure, both through a depressurization and repressurization set of activities.
Скажите, пожалуйста,
Sergey,
ПХО по моновакуметру.
tell us the current pressure in PHO per the MV. It is 600.
Принято.
So it is 600. We copy.
Кейт, 5 минут
Kate,
контроля прошло. Доложите давление
5 minutes
в ПХО по мановакометру.
are down. What's the pressure in PHO per the MV?
Давление ПХО по мановакометру это 601. 601.
And the PHO pressure per MV is 601. 601.
Дальше по моей
Copy.
команде работаем.
And please proceed on my go from now on.
Кейт, значит,
Kate,
давление в ПХО 601.
so PHO pressure is 601.
Открываем
So
КВД.
now we open KVD valve, KVD PGO SM, and equalize the pressure between PHO and FGB.
Принято.
Copy.
КВД ПГО СМ.
KVD PGO SM is in position open.
И по мановакометру
Copy. Kate,
контролируем
and
давление.
please monitor the pressure in PHO per MV and in FGB till the pressures
Давление сейчас
are equalized. So what is the pressure in FGB right now per MV?
Текущее давление это 694.
694 is the current pressure.
Not connected. ГБ.
And in FGB, unintelligible.
Number 2.
Принято.
Copy.
СКБ текущее давление по мановакометру это 735.
And in FGB per MV,
Хорошо.
current pressure is 735. Copy. That's good. We copy. 735.
1, 2. У вас какое давление в скафандрах сейчас?
And
Повода ИСК.
operator 1 and operator 2, EV1 and EV2.
2 на 17. И осталось 8,40 на дистурацию.
So
Принято.
Давление минус
Хорошо.
1 на 682.
Это хорошо.
just wanted to report that for the first suit, it's 017 and 018, and 682 is the pressure, and the time for the desaturated, for the pre-breathe that we have left is 840. Copy.
Скажи, пожалуйста, еще какое давление в МИМИ-2?
And what is the, could you come again, what's the pressure in MRM2?
8,2.
682 is the pressure in MRM2.
You're hearing the interpretation of communications between the flight controllers of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow, and the two cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov, who are inside the Poisk module, currently pre-breathing pure oxygen as part of the validation of Poisk to be used as an airlock for Russian spacewalks, which it will today for the first time. They conducted a partial depressurization of Poisk, now pre-breathing pure oxygen. They will open up the hatch to Poisk after completing the depressurization down to vacuum a short time from now, inspect the seals around the hatch to make sure that they're in good shape before closing the hatch and doing a partial repressurization prior to depressurizing Poisk for one final time and opening up the hatch to float outside to begin their spacewalk today.
Pressure.
Давление это 734. И мановакометр.
Per MV, 734.
Monitoring pressures inside the Zvezda service module is NASA flight engineer Kate Rubins, who helped the cosmonauts suit up earlier this morning in their Russian Orlan spacesuits. The International Space Station and its 7 occupants flying from northwest to southeast across the Pacific Ocean in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
SM34.
734.
Это между 734 и 735.
It's somewhere in between 734 and 735.
И ФГБ такое же
Okay.
давление приблизительно, да?
And in FGB, the pressure is approximately the same.
И давление ФГБ, ПГО
FGB PGO pressure is 734.5.
Принято. Давайте с вами
Copy.
ПГО-СМ переведем в
All right,
положение
let's
электроуправления.
put the KVD valve in electrical control mode. Copy, in work.
КВД, ПГО, СМ.
All right, KVD PGO SM is in electrical control mode.
Принято. Хорошо.
Copy, that's good.
Сергей 1, Сергей 2, мы
Sergey
закончили с контролем
1 and Sergey
герметичности
2,
люков
we
и
are done with the verifying ROPHO leak check and the
для
hatches
на обратном шлизовании
are leak tight, and we are ready
сатурацию.
Да, понимаем.
to continue with the pre-breathe.
Осталось 5 минут.
Okay, we understand, and we have 5 minutes left on the timer. Copy.
Сергей,
Sergey,
подготовим пока фрагмент.
just wanted to ask you to prepare cue card 6, step 12.
Да, подготовил.
All right, I have it in front of me.
И Сергей 1, Сергей 2, давайте
And
выполним с вами пункт 12.1.
please, let's
Контроль
put
исходного положения органов
12.1
управления. Только
in
пункт
work.
12.1 можно выполнить.
Only step 12.1 to prep
Проверяем. Пневмокран.
control.
Включено. Первое отключено.
All right,
Второе отключено.
pneumatic valve
Регулятор основной.
is off, regulator prime.
Регулятор основной первый.
So we have prime first and second.
Контролируем основной.
Tanks
Первый основной.
first,
Второй.
prime, and then second.
Фон мешается.
EV2. All right, stand by. We have it as I have it as prime 2. Copy.
Основной вентилятор включен.
The pump and the fans for EV1 and EV2 are on.
Основной передатчик.
The transmitter for EV1 is on, and I confirm the same for the EV2.
Диспарация. Сброс отсека.
For breathe,
О2 open. Бленкер открыт.
we have in the valve in position open.
Хорошо.
Okay, we copy. That is good. Let's stand by for the end of the countdown, and then proceed per my go. All right, we are standing by for the next 3.5 minutes.
Сергей 1, 2. Количество времени.
Sergey 1 and Sergey 2. How much is on the pre-breathe timer? 1.5 minutes.
Принято.
Copy.
Суд Москвы завершена.
Moscow, we are done with the pre-breathe,
Идет там счетчик на увеличение.
and the counter started implementing.
Хорошо.
Так принято.
How copy? We copy. Please prepare step to perform step 12.2, MRM2 depress, and
Принято.
please do it on my go. We copy.
Сергей, можем начинать работать.
Sergey, you can put step 12.2 in work.
Принято.
Copy.
Здесь мы с вами
So
включаем.
here we activate the injectors
Так точно.
in work.
Приступаем, включаем инжектор. Перевел инжектор.
We put the injector
Инжекторе есть индикация.
in the correct position.
5 минут счетчик пошел.
All right.
Правильно?
5-минутный счетчик.
And we're standing by for the 5-minute timer.
Стравливаем давление до.
And we are going down on the pressure till
Значит, после включения инжектора
once
у нас
you
счетчики появились на дисплеях в правом углу на 5 минут.
unintelligible the injector. Did you get the timers that are
Отсутствует. У меня 4:30.
with a countdown?
29.
All right, 29. Well, for me it's not there.
Так, Сергей 2, посмотрите,
Сергей,
должна быть надпись инжектор,
EV2.
БСС в атмосферах.
You should get the injector like at O2 BSS,
Появилось уже 4:10 осталось.
and then the atmospheres,
Это хорошо.
and then you would have the counter there. So yes, I do have it. All right, Sergey, open KVD
Давление
SO valve and start depressing MRM2.
Какого значения?
Till what pressure?
мы будем идти планово до 12 миллиметров.
12 millimeters, that's what we have planned. Please monitor the pressure in the
Проверка на фоне сброса. При давлении
module and also in the suit.
под УСК у каждого 0,35-0,4. И если мы эту проверку пройдем, откроем дальше.
So you would have to have 0.35, 0.34 in the suits and 350. All right, Kevedo SO is open. The current pressure is 530
Давление
and pressure is 3.9 for me as the SO opened at 1445. The current pressure is
480.
480.
Контролируем.
We're monitoring the pressure drop till it gets to 350.
Пока.
035, 034.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're following along, the pre-breathe of pure oxygen by Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov inside the Poisk module airlock is complete. They have resumed the depressurization of the airlock down to vacuum before opening up the EVA hatch, or the spacewalk hatch, on the side of Poisk. That's out of the view that you just saw in this downlink video. We are in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system at the moment.
You can open.
Once the hatch is open, they will conduct an inspection of the seals around the hatch to make sure that they are free of any debris before closing the hatch once again and conducting a partial repressurization of Poisk to about 260 millimeters of mercury for a final leak check before they open the hatch one more time, and then we'll float outside to officially begin today's spacewalk that will be marked by a series of tasks, including the repositioning of an antenna from the interface between Poisk and the Zvezda service module to the Poisk module, the first step in a long series of work that will result in the decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment as an airlock prior to its disposal next year.
In work. As the 2 valve is open. Current pressure is 270. The sky is stable. And we are going to deactivate the injector in 2 minutes. So what's the counter? 1 minute, 15 seconds. Copy. That's good.
Следующий контроль
The next
около 100 миллиметров
step
в тике.
is
Мы ожидаем
when
приход сообщения
the
на
pressure hits about 100 millimeters, that
20 миллиметров нужно будет БСС переводить в О2
the
ВКД. Такое сообщение должно
BSS Orlan interface unit needs to be put in the correct position.
Сообщите, хорошо?
So once you hit that pressure, please let me know. Copy. Will do.
190.
So you would have to put the SO valve in the position closed.
34
All right, in 34 seconds.
Принято. Сергей,
Copy.
у тебя
Sergey, second, what's on the count and what's on the timer for you? 26 seconds. All right.
на нулях будем пневмокран переводить в
So
положение
once you
включить.
get 000, you would be putting the pneumatic valve in the position
Обязательно
closed.
проверить фиксированное положение.
Please
и
verify
отсутствие индикации на
that
обрезе остекления и по включенному инжектору.
that the injector should be off. All right, counter is at 0. The pressure is 140,
На ПГТУ положение отключено.
and we are putting the injectors in the off position. We are getting correct indicators,
Индикация инжектора.
indications, and
Текущая 125.
current pressure is 125,
Звуковое предупреждение.
and we're standing by for the
038.
audio signal.
Хорошо.
And the pressure in the suits for both is 0.38. Copy.
Ждем
That's good.
сообщение о переводе БСС в
And we are standing by
20 миллиметрах.
for your report regarding Orlan interface unit, that the pressure is 20 millimeters, 02 open for EVA.
Давление текущее.
What's the pressure? The current pressure is 100.
Так, приняли сообщение второго
Теперь
правого.
And we got the warning for both suits. We got the signal for both suits. Correction. All right. And then please be ready to put the BSS Orlan interface unit in position for EVA.
So with the pre-breathe of pure oxygen having been completed and everything checked out by the cosmonauts inside the Poisk airlock, that module's airlock now being depressurized down to vacuum prior to the opening of the hatch, that will mark the official start of the clock for today's spacewalk by Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov.
70 millimeters. Copy. Thank you.
Снижение. Темп сброса.
All right. The delta for pressure drop is slowing down. The current pressure is 50 millimeters.
Хорошо.
Sergey 2,
Ждем 20
we
миллиметров.
copy, and we are standing by when pressure in MRM2 is going to reach 20 millimeters.
Принято.
And then we
When you hear the interpretation of the conversation between the Russian mission controllers in Korolyov and the crew inside Poisk, the reference to Sergei 1 is to Expedition 64 Commander Sergei Ryzhikov. Sergei 2 is Kud-Sverchkov.
40. Подсеки.
right, we are at 40
Принято.
millimeters.
Сообщение.
We got another signal at 320.
Готово 5 первого.
Хорошо. Принято. У обоих есть.
We got the signal for both suits. Copy, that's good.
Давление 30.
Pressure is 30.
Принято.
Copy.
Миллиметров давление в отсеке.
Pressure is 20 millimeters, and I am putting Orlan
Утверждаю.
on the Orlan interface unit in O2 open EVA,
Двигаемся дальше по сбросу до
and
12 миллиметров.
stand by till you reach 12 millimeters in MRM2 per MV. Copy. And
Принято.
current pressure is 18 millimeters in MRM2 per MV. Copy.
Миллиметров давление.
15 millimeters is the pressure in MRM2.
Сергей, повтори, пожалуйста.
Сергей?
15, давление в скафандрах по ОДСК сколько?
So what is the pressure in this suit per ODSK? 0.37
Хорошо.
and 0.38 for me. Okay, that's good.
Давление ВИ-20.
Pressure in MRM2 is 14
Принято.
millimeters.
Давление 12
Copy.
миллиметров.
Once the pressure goes down to 12 millimeters, please put KSD
И
2
контролируем
valve
условия
in
погашения
position
трансформатора.
closed, and then KSD SODC1 also afterwards. After KSD 2, put it also in position closed. Wilco.
Давление в отсеке 12 миллиметров. Закрываю.
And the pressure is 12 millimeters. I am closing KSD
Положение закрыто.
2 in KSD 2 is in position closed, and I'm closing KSD SO
Не горит.
in position closed, and we are getting
Мими-2 по моновакуметру сейчас.
the message, the correct message. And what's the pressure in MRM2 currently? It is 11 millimeters.
Шаг 13.
All right, please put step 13 in work. That's going to be MRM2 final leak check.
Контроль.
So please monitor the pressure in MRM2 per MV. Copy. And please start the 5-minute
Принято.
timer. 5-minute timer has been started. That's good. Copy.
The pressure inside the Poisk airlock is approaching vacuum, at which point the hatch will be opened by Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov, the first in a series of procedures that will lead to it being opened for a second time to permit the spacewalk to proceed, all part of the validation of the Poisk module to be used for Russian spacewalk activity, to ensure that the seals around the hatch to Poisk are clean and can hold pressure at a variety of different intervals in the depressurization, repressurization procedures.
Сереж, давление...
Sergey, what is the current
2 минуты.
pressure in MRM2? 2 minutes have elapsed.
Сейчас займу прежнее положение, чтобы точнее.
Let me get in the original position to make sure I get the clear reading. Okay.
11 миллиметров.
11 millimeters.
Принято 11, хорошо.
Copy, 11 millimeters. That's good.
Чтобы вы понимали, там после окончания
Just for your information,
контроля герметичности
once leak checks are complete,
у нас с вами фрагмент,
Передачу
связанный с переходом
we'll
на
switch
автономное питание,
to,
выполняться не будет.
will
Мы
not
остаемся на
do
электрофальной
the steps
бортовой колодке,
of
на
to switch to autonomous power. You'll stay on the umbilicals
и будем
on
приступать к
using
открытию
onboard
выходного люка.
power,
Как вы
and
будете делать?
you will start opening the EV hatch with the RTOM guiding you. Okay, copy.
После открытия осмотра я
Once you
возвращаюсь на
open
связь, и мы с
EV
вами
hatch
будем
and
работать
inspect it,
по надуву ПХО до 260
we'll
с проверкой
repress threshold to
герметичности
260
выходного
millimeters,
люка.
and we'll do the EV hatch leak check.
Принято.
Copy.
Again, the series of steps you're hearing being relayed to the two cosmonauts from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov, all part of the checkout of the Poisk module's airlock seals, the hatchway out into the vacuum of space. Ryzhikov and Kudzverchkov are hooked up inside Poisk to life support systems. They will go on internal Orlan suit power as soon as they are ready to exit the Poisk airlock a short time from now. First, the hatch will be opened to Poisk. That will start the clock running on today's spacewalk, the 232nd, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. They will inspect the seals around the circumference of the hatch before closing the hatch again and conducting a partial repressurization of the Poisk hatch and the airlock to about 260 millimeters of mercury. One final leak check will be performed before they depressurize Poisk again down to vacuum, and then they'll open up the hatch for a second time and float outside to begin today's spacewalking work.
Sergey,
Sergey, 5 minutes are up. What is the current pressure reading? MRM2 pressure is 11 millimeters. Okay, copy. That's good. Leak checks are successful.
Принято.
The pressure monitoring was successful correction, and now you will proceed with Artyom guiding you. Copy.
Да, Артем, слушаем.
Artyom, go ahead.
приветствую вас.
Hello, guys.
Как настрой?
How are you feeling?
Добрый день, Артем.
All is well?
Хорошо, тогда я сначала пару слов вам.
All right. So
Опять же, повторюсь,
let's
то,
do
что
a
мы
quick
сегодня
check-up
работаем
just to
на
review
улице,
all
работаем
the steps.
не спеша.
We'll be working
Главное, безопасно.
outside. Do not
Торопиться сильно не
rush.
надо,
There
следите
is
за
no
руками,
need
чтобы
to
они
rush.
никуда не ушли, не
Move
устали.
your hands
Потому что
and
работа
arms
долгая и
carefully. Make
напряженная.
sure that you're not
Если
tired
вначале
because you will be
стартануть
working
быстро,
for a
то
long
потом под
time.
конец может сил не хватить.
So make sure
Размеренно
you
работать.
work
Принято.
carefully.
Хорошо, тогда
Make sure that you last.
который хочу вас попросить, это
And then, first of all,
светильники.
I wanted to ask you to activate the helmet lights and cameras.
Так, второй светильник исключил.
EV2, the light is on.
Принято.
Copy.
Камера включена второго.
And the camera is on for EV2. This is EV1. The lights and cameras are on. Okay, copy. Lights and cameras on for both.
Так, у меня светодиод не горит. Камера.
And the camera LED is not illuminated.
Включение.
This is EV1. Well, I confirm activation now.
Принято.
Copy.
Тогда следующий момент.
Okay, so the next point, please look around and make sure that everything is tethered and your hooks are secured on the rails. This is EV2. I confirm that it is secured.
Принято.
Copy.
Первый, сейчас перестрахуй свой карабин.
This is EV1. Let me rehook the hook.
Подайте, подвинь. Сейчас, секунду.
Stand by one.
Лучше, наверное, вот здесь, с этой стороны сейчас.
I guess it will be better to come up from that side. It's not really that convenient.
Так, первый карабин зашифровал.
This is EV hatch. My hook is closed.
На другое место.
Принято.
And I moved it onto a different location. Copy.
Тогда начинаем процедуру по открытию люка.
You're going to start the
Берем
EV hatch opening
ручку для
procedure.
открытия
Get
люка
the hatch
и
tool
переводим флажок в
to open the
положение
hatch.
рабочее.
And please put the hatch tab, in the position, in the operating position. Copy.
Закрытия полностью отведены.
The latches
Принято.
are latch handle is fully deflected. Copy.
Позиционируюсь.
And let me reposition myself.
Смотрят друг на друга.
The two tabs are facing each other, and I can see that it is in the
Фал не упираюсь.
open position. Something is in the way. Am I bumping against the tether?
Тянет немного.
It's pulling.
With the pre-breathe of pure oxygen complete and the Russian flight controllers happy with what they're seeing in terms of the leak checks on the Poisk module airlock, Ryzhikov and Sverchkov are checking all of their tools and tethers before they get the go-ahead to open up the hatch that will start the clock running on today's spacewalk.
Yes, I can see it.
The International Space Station currently traveling over the South Atlantic, orbiting from southwest to northeast at an altitude of 260 statute miles.
Bottle in the way.
Давай, я вычислю вот так.
Okay, so let's do it like this. Yes, that's excellent.
Ручка, флажок в рабочем.
The tab is now in the operating position. Copy.
Устанавливаем ключ
And you are going to
выходной вал привода крышки.
install the hatch tool on the hatch drive shaft. It is installed. Copy. And I'm ready now.
И наблюдайте за
You
роликами.
go to start the rotation and please monitor the operation of rollers.
Подтверждаю.
Rollers are engaged. Copy. Copy. All the
С моей стороны.
rollers on my side
Видны, которые...
are visible.
Фал намотался.
Well, the feather got wrapped around it.
Обратно.
So
Не
move
идет.
it back. It's not moving.
Это...
Okay, stand by.
До щелчка, наверное. Да-да-да.
Принято.
So you need to move it until it's quick.
Буквально на
Correct.
минутку перерыв связи.
We had a quick com dropout. We are going to have a com dropout.
Тогда ждем выхода на связь.
Okay, so we're standing by for AOS. Yes, copy. Standing by.
Надо вот сюда уйти. Так вот. О, так поудобнее.
Okay, that's
Тебе
more convenient.
удобнее размещусь.
And I'm going to reposition myself so it's more convenient for you as well.
Наши мечты о 30 градусах, по-моему. Смешно. Сейчас выглядит смешно.
So now it's sort of funny. Well, I guess I will try to move my legs somewhere.
Так, надо подлиннее, наверное, сделать фал, да?
Okay, should I lengthen the tether? Yes.
По показаниям связи не должно быть,
Yes,
но связь
we're
еще неустойчива.
supposed to be LOS right now, but we can still talk. The comm is intermittent, so let's wait for 30 seconds. All right.
Хорошо, продолжаем.
All right, you're going to proceed. And could you please pull the handle all the way to hard stop?
Да, и
Copy.
удерживать до полного падения
And
давления.
hold it until the pressure drop begins.
Сейчас, секунду.
Okay, standing by. Okay, one second. Yes. And I can visually see dust.
Давление снижается, текущий.
Okay, the pressure is decreasing. Current reading is 5 millimeters. Copy.
Ребят,
And please hold it in that position.
что
We're,
момент открытия
guys,
люка
we're not
просьба комментировать.
getting the video now, so please provide detailed commentary on the hatch opening. Okay, copy. 4 millimeters.
Принято.
This is the current pressure reading in the module. Copy.
Так, постучал.
Okay, so I
Даже уже меньше.
tapped on it and it's 1 millimeter, actually less than 1 millimeter. Okay, copy. So you're going to open the hatch.
Секунду, Серега, продвигусь.
Stand by. Sure. Let me turn around. Sure.
Был небольшой перерыв в
I
связи.
had a quick LOS. How are you doing, guys?
Одновременно. Да.
Yes.
Повторите, пожалуйста, тут помехи со
Please
связью
repeat
были.
your last. We did not copy. We had intermittent comm.
Открытие.
Well, we're opening the hatch.
Плохо.
Готовы к открытию?
Are you ready
Видно, люк
for hatch opening? Well, the hatch is moving a bit, but it's coming back to its initial position. So we'll try to pull it carefully, both of us. Okay, and Sergey, move to the right. Copy.
Ну, насколько можно.
As much as you can.
Достанешь? Не, пока нет.
Can you reach it? No, not yet.
Мне чехол. Вот так вот.
Okay, like this.
Поросенок, здесь конус.
All right. And
Взялся, давай. Так, давай.
okay, got it.
Давай. Раз, два, три.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3.
Такое ощущение, что подпружиненный, да?
I have a feeling that it is spring-loaded. Yeah.
Попробуйте тогда еще.
Okay, so go ahead and try.
Серега, можешь заглянуть туда? Открытие
Okay.
градусов на
Okay, it's open.
20,
It's
наверное, 25.
approximately 20 to 25 degrees open, and I can see it
Выглядит ровно.
on my side. The hatch
На 9
seals
часов.
are all even, and the position on the clock is 9 o'clock, and then 12 o'clock,
Наблюдаю на 7, наблюдаю.
6 o'clock.
Ровно, без
It's
повреждений.
all even, no damage,
На местах на привалочной поверхности
and
ничего нет.
I do not see anything on the contact surface,
Привалочная поверхность.
and I have inspected the contact surface. I do not see any FOD or
Принято.
residual
Пытаюсь
stuff.
развернуться.
Copy. And I'm trying to turn around closer to the hatch. Okay, let me pull it further down. At 3 o'clock, this is what I'm expecting, and I am expecting the area from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock and up to 8 o'clock. It's sort of interesting here. There's something, well, look, there's a piece of something, maybe a piece of tape, but other than that, the rubber seal is clean. I do not see any damage. And let me move down a bit. And did you manage to open the hatch fully? Okay, I keep inspecting the seals from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. I do not see any damage here. Just small pieces of dust. I guess, yes, you can see that the dust coming out of here from the seals. And visually, I do not see any damage. And if necessary, we can photograph it. Yes, please do so. It is necessary. Then go ahead and open the hatch fully and use the GoPro camera to photograph, to film the perimeter.
Нет, за 201 панель фиксировать нет.
No, it's not necessary. Yes, I think so too. So I just need to hold on to something. Okay, I'm holding the hatch and holding you too. Okay. Okay, there it is. Twister is removed. Twister is on and it's recording. Copy. I'm proceeding with the filming, starting from 12 o'clock position and moving clockwise as much as I can reach. All right, and you're going just fine. Okay, let me go. All right, that's excellent, like this. Going from 12 o'clock to... Okay, should you just give it to me? All right. Are you holding it? Yes. Okay, so I will keep...
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk module is open for the first time ever. To officially begin today's spacewalk, we are standing by for an official time from the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside of Moscow.
Legs are pushing against.
The two cosmonauts who have worked their way through all of the pre-breathe procedures and the depressurization of Poisk up to this point to validate the airlock's integrity are inspecting the seals around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch. So as soon as we get an official start time for today's spacewalk, we'll pass it along. But again, the hatch is open to Poisk. The 232nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance underway.
So did you copy? Filming is complete. All right. Copy. You're going to close out filming. Hatch, and you're going to close the hatch. Copy.
Проверьте еще раз, осмотрите, что ничего нет на прибавочных поверхностях.
The contact surface once again to make sure that there is no spot, that nothing came out during the hatch opening, and please check rubber seals, make sure that they're clear of any debris. Okay, there is nothing on the contact surface here. All the dust came out mostly. Contact surface is clean on my side.
And flight controllers in Moscow now confirming the official start time for today's spacewalk. 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time. with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module. Again, today's official start time for the spacewalk by Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov, 9:12 a.m. Central, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time.
Should I move it? Yes, go ahead. And I'm ready. I made space for you here. Okay, here it is. Okay, stand by. Your arm is in the way. It's pushing against it. Okay, excellent. Got it. I'm ready to close it. Put it in the operating position. Okay, copy. And you're going to...
The next step here will be for Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov to close this hatch once again and repressurize Poisk partially to about 260 millimeters of mercury in one final leak check before they open up the hatch a second time and then will float outside to begin their work in the void of space. But again, the clock will not be reset. The clock is moving now on today's spacewalk and will continue to tick away with the start time of 9:12 a.m. Central, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time.
I tethered it there. Okay. Do you see the rollers? Yeah, and they're moving in. Okay, so move it all the way to stop, the hard stop until it clicks. Okay, excellent, great. All right, Sergey, you're going to remove the hatch tool. Why?
Ну, на всякий случай, чтобы...
Well, just in case, to make sure it doesn't get damaged during repress. Copy. It is removed now.
Принято, передаю связь с
Copy. And I will pass it on to Dima. Copy.
Сереж, это Дмитрий.
Sergey, this is Dmitry.
Мы с вами в фрагментах
So, please find Q card 10. This is a separate procedure for repress, and please press it in step 3 and then repress to 260 millimeters. When you're ready, we will start. Okay, we'll retrieve the Q card now. It is slightly off to the side here.
Размещайтесь в районе рабочего места.
Yes, please move
Фрагмент 10, шаг 3.
Your working area and please set up the Q card.
Фрагмент 10.
Q card 10.
Фрагмент 10, шаг 3.
Q card 10, step 3.
Дух МИМ-2 до 260
I'm going to repress to 260 millimeters.
Так точно.
Хорошо.
Copy. That's affirmative.
Если готов, начинаем работать.
And we have the Q card. Well, if it's ready and set up, then you are go to start. Monitoring KSD2 valve, KSD2 and KSD2 valves are closed. On EVA support panel in MRM2, KSD2 is not illuminated. And I am opening KVD-PHO S2. It is enabled now. And I confirm that LED is on. Copy. Starting the stopwatch and opening KVD-PHO S2 valve. Copy.
Есть открыт КВД-ПХО.
KVD-PHO S2 valve is open.
И докладываю мне
And the pressure is increasing.
и давление в скафандрах
Please report current suit pressure and MRM2 pressure.
В скафандрах 0,35.
Suit pressure is 0.35 and pressure gauge reading shows almost 30.
Принято, хорошо.
Copy, that's good.
В скафандрах 0,3.
Suit pressure is 0.3 for EV1 and for EV2 as well.
Хорошо.
And 70. Okay.
При обжатии меньше 0,02.
It is less than 0.02 during the compression. Well, I don't think we'll get to that, actually. Okay, that's affirmative. Module pressure is 90. Copy. Suit pressure is 0.26. 0.26 for EV2. 1 minute is up. Copy. That's good. Module pressure is 120. 2 and 2. This is the current suit pressure reading. 0.22. Is that correct? Yes, 0.22. Okay.
УДСК.
145. This is the module pressure, and Orlan pressure indicator shows 0.19 for EV1. Copy.
2 минуты.
2 minutes.
Надуваем ПХО.
Repress up.
170.
ПХО pressure in module is 170,
УДСК
and
0,16.
suit pressure is 0.16.
Хорошо.
Copy.
Мы с вами идем к
That's
260.
good. We're moving to the pressure reading of 260. When you reach 260 in MRM2, you will close KVD PHO SU from EVA support panel in MRM2.
Так точно.
Yes, that's affirmative. We confirm all. And standing by for 5 minutes pressure stabilization. If you don't get to 260, then we will be monitoring the pressure during 6 minutes.
Принято.
Copy.
За 3 минуты надулись до 200.
We've repressed to 215 in 3 minutes, and suit pressure is 0.1 for EV1, 0.1 for EV2. Copy. Copy.
За 3,5 минуты
3.5 minutes. We have repressed to 240.
0,08.
Suit pressure is 0.08. Copy. Good.
Давление.
Current pressure reading is 250. Copy.
Кейт, скажите, пожалуйста, давление в ПХО по майлотометру.
Kate, what is the PHO pressure on MV pressure gauge? Inaudible.
260. Закрываем. КВД.
260, and I'm closing KVD PHO SU valve. Copy.
У меня 0,05.
And the suit pressure is 0.03 and 0.05. LED is off, and I am inhibiting,
Светодиода.
and I confirm that
Минутный счетчик.
LED is off now, and I'm setting the 5-minute timer. Copy.
На стабилизацию.
4,45.
4:45.
Хорошо.
Copy.
Запущен счетчик.
The timer is
Текущее давление.
set up now.
260.
Started now. The current pressure reading is 264.
Принято 264.
This is Kate. Current MV pressure gauge reading is
PHO это 292.
in PHO
9,2,
is
спасибо.
292. Copy, Kate. 292.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch again closed to the Poisk module, and a partial repressurization of the module underway by Ryzhikov and Kudzverchkov, being monitored on the other side of the Poisk service module interface by NASA flight engineer Kate Rubins. Once a final leak check is conducted, the Poisk will be depressurized back down to vacuum one more time, and the hatch reopened to enable Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov to move outside to begin their work for the day. The actual start time for the spacewalk was 9:12 a.m. Central, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, at the point at which the hatch was opened for the first time.
Две минуты
2 minutes are up.
263,5.
The module pressure is almost 264, or to be more precise, 263.5, but closer to 264. Copy. Station Moscow, MRM2 pressure reading. Sergei, could you please report it? 4 minutes have passed. The pressure is the same. 263.5, same pressure.
Секунд
30 seconds before the...
All of this work being conducted by Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov to make sure that the seals are around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch and the airlock itself, to make sure pressure is holding the way it should be, is all designed to confirm that the airlock is good to go for future Russian spacewalks. As it begins the process of replacing the Pirs docking compartment as the venue from which Russian spacewalks will be conducted until the delivery of the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module next year, which will be installed on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station after Pirs is detached and disposed of in the Pacific Ocean by a visiting Progress cargo ship.
Step 6, copy. Preliminary MRM2 leak check. It's in work. Copy. So we are standing by. So the current pressure is 263.5. So it should not be decrease of not more than 2 millimeters. So we are standing by for that. Yes, copy that. Kate copies.
While this work is ongoing in advance of Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov floating outside to begin their EVA work for the day, Kate Rubins has been monitoring activities in the Russian segment of the station. She helped Ryzhikov and Sverchkov suit up earlier this morning, and she will help them out of their suits later today when the spacewalk is completed. The four astronauts who arrived on Monday night aboard the Crew Dragon Resilience following its launch on Sunday from the Kennedy Space Center atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, they're in the process of conducting scientific experiments, some early utilization, and transferring equipment and flight data files from Dragon over to the International Space Station for their 6-month mission as part of the Expedition 64 crew. You see from left to right, Kate Rubins, Victor Glover, Soichi Noguchi, Sergei Ryzhikov, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and Sergei Sverchkov.
Сергей 1.
Sergei 1.
Скажи, пожалуйста, давление в МИМИ-2 по моновосу.
So could you please tell the MV pressure on MRM2?
Давление 263.
263.5, it is stable. No delta T. That sounds good. Copy. Proceed. Proceed monitoring. Yes, we still have 2.5 minutes left.
Подтверждаю.
We confirm.
Подержи, я привяжу, наверное.
EV1, could you please hold this? I will try to tie this up. Everything is fine.
Once outside of the Poisk airlock, Sverchkov will be first out, actually. He will once again check the seals around the airlock hatch to this newly employed module for Russian-based spacewalks. He'll install a protective ring around the hatchway to make sure that it doesn't incur any damage from any micrometeoroid particles, and that's expected to last up to 6 hours in duration. Ryzhikov will follow him outside, carrying an airtight container within which is a brand new piece of hardware called a fluid flow regulator that he and Sverchkov will install on the Zarya module to replace an older unit. This piece of hardware will do just what the name suggests and regulate the flow of fluids through the plumbing on the Zarya module, the first component ever launched of the International Space Station, 2 days shy of its 22nd anniversary of that launch on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, November 20th, 1998.
263.5 is the reading. 263.5, copy. Sounds good.
As you saw in that graphic just a moment ago, once outside, you'll identify Ryzhikov.
Get ready.
He's wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes as EV1, or Extravehicular Crew Member Number 1, the ISS commander for Expedition 64. He also will have a helmet camera bearing the number 20 that you'll see on your screen when we get views through the helmet cams that will be worn by the two spacewalkers. Sverchkov, EV2, will be wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. His helmet camera is number 18. This is the first spacewalk for both cosmonauts.
Принято.
Copy.
У нас с вами well герметичен.
So the EV hatch is tight, so we will depress now from MRM2, MRM2 depress. And in Q card 6, you will perform the following actions. You will have to control BSS EV position. Oh, okay, yes. Oh, position is EV position, and TSD SOR should be open. Also, control the LED on the display, and after that, you will have to open TSD2 manually and depress after that. So the injector should not be activated, right? Inaudible. So KSD SO depress valve is open manually. KSD SO is open. I can confirm that because LED is illuminated on the panel.
Final leak checks of the Poisk module hatch being conducted before it is depressurized back down to vacuum one final time to enable the hatch to be opened, allowing Ryzhikov and Kudzverchkov to float outside.
EV2 as well. 210 in the module. Pressure reading. Could you please report module pressure and spacesuit pressure? Copy. Will do. 190 is in the module. 015 for EV1. 015 is for EV2. Copy.
Кейт, как вы меня слышите
Kate,
по шлюзованию для Дмитрия?
how do you copy? This is Dmitry regarding the depress-repress procedure. You know, there are some noises, interference. So 150 in the module.
Есть не очень, да, есть
The pressure reading. Yes, I can confirm we have some interference. Kate, how do you copy me?
Я смогу слышать вас хорошо.
I copy you.
Кейт,
Not so good, but I can copy you. Kate,
Кейт, мы с вами должны выровнять
we
давление.
will have to equalize pressure between FGB and PHO. So KVD SM should be in the open position. You should be placed in the open position. Copy. KVD PGO SM in a open position. It is in work. Copy. We are standing by for your report on that, Kate. 100 millimeters is the module pressure. Copy. 023 is the spacesuit pressure. Copy. 026. Inaudible. KVD PGO SM valve is open. Copy. Now, please equalize the pressure between FGB and PHO, Kate. Copy. In work.
Сергей 1-2, давление.
EV1 and EV2. Spacesuit pressure readings, please. And in the module as well. 75 is in the module, 029 for EV1. Okay, 75 is in the module, 029 is in the spacesuit. Copy.
Подходит давление 50.
Module pressure is 50031 is the spacesuit pressure for EV1. Same for EV2. Copy. The module pressure is 35.35 and the spacesuit 034. Copy.
Heading down to vacuum one more time. The Poisk module is performing as advertised, and good spacesuits reported by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov.
When we reach 12 millimeters, we confirm. This is Kate. Unintelligible. Kate, you know, we did not copy your last. Could you please repeat PHO MV pressure reading? It is increasing. 724 is the current pressure, and it is still increasing. 724 PHO pressure. What about FGB pressure, Kate? It is being equalized. In FGB, the current pressure is 733. Copy 733. Kate, continue to equalize the pressure. Kate. Copy in work.
And as you can hear, the Russian flight controllers through the interpreter talking to Kate Rubins in the Russian segment of the International Space Station as she works to equalize pressure between Poisk and the different modules on the Russian side of the International Space Station, the precursor to Poisk going down to vacuum, enabling Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov to open the hatch one final time to begin the process of moving outside with their tools for the start of the tasks associated with today's excursion.
Module pressure is 12 millimeters, and I'm ready to close KSD2 valve and KSD-SO as well. Is it a go to close KSD and KSD-SO? Well, KSD2 is closed, Moscow, copy, and I'm closing KSD-SO valve. On the EV panel MRM2, the LED should not be illuminated. Yes, it is not illuminated. Copy, sounds good. It is 11 millimeters, actually, the pressure reading. Sounds good. Sergei. So please proceed. UCART 7, step 14, and you will start performing the step on my go. Copy. UCART number 7. Kate, what is MV PHO pressure and also FGB pressure reading? PHO MV 731. 731. 731 in PHO as well. Copy. So do I say it correctly that the pressure has been equalized? Yes. Yes, unfortunately I cannot copy you very well. So now the valve and Pago SM should be transitioned to electrical control, Kate. КВД Pago SM valve should be in position of electrical control. Copy, Kate. It is in the electrical position. Now, EV1, are you ready to work step 14 of the QCard 7? Yes, we are.
У нас с вами начало перехода на автономное питание скафандров.
So we are starting transition of the spacesuit to autonomous power. Copy. The temperature control held should be transitioned to position 6. Preliminary Orlan cool down. EV1 in position 6.
Cosmonauts about to switch their Orlan suits to internal battery power. Again, a Russian spacewalk measured from the time of hatch open to hatch close, unlike a U.S. spacewalk that is measured from battery power on U.S. extravehicular mobility units in the Quest airlock to airlock repress at the end of the spacewalk.
On the display, you should have the message PO2 prime. You know, we cannot copy you, Moscow. So what is the primary bottle, O2 bottle pressure? 415, inaudible. And what about the other reading? 22.5, inaudible. Copy. Now BSS should be in the position closed. Copy. What about the covering on land fluid umbilical? Yes, after it is in the closed position, it will have to be capped. Copy. So O2 is in the position closed. What about the suit gauge pressure? 036 for EV1, 036 for EV2 is the spacesuit pressure. So can you see PO2 primary on your display? Come again. The primary O2 bottle pressure. Can you see it on your display? 415 for EV1 and 41 inaudible for EV2. Copy. Now you can cap the umbilicals and also work with the MLI flap. Copy in work. Sergey, could you please hold the cue cards here? Yes. Give them to me. Try not to snag on anything. Good luck, guys. Thank you so much, Kate. So the umbilicals are kept and the electrical controllers of Orlan covered with MLI. Copy. Now you will have the go to egress very soon.
Все, значит, вы сейчас с Артемом открываете.
So Artyom will support you in opening the EV hatch, and after that, we will continue to transition to autonomous power after the hatch is open. Copy, and so we should not stow away the cue cards as yet. Yes, that's affirmed. Keep them close.
Ну, ребят, здравствуйте еще раз.
Guys,
Давайте будем открывать люк повторно.
now we will reopen the hatch. We will open it once again for the second time. Copy. So we will try to position ourselves comfortably. Now, use the hatch tool and place it in the working position. In work. The flag is in the work position, 19 degrees is the angle of the hatch tool, 90. Now put it onto the pin of the drive of the hatch. Copy. Now.
So 11 years after its launch to the International Space Station, the Poisk module now being used as a spacewalking airlock for the first time, as Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov check out their tools and tethers, about to open up the airlock hatch for a second time that will enable them to float outside to begin their work.
The rollers are moving. Copy. Then the pusher handle should be pulled on towards yourself. Yes, and we are leaving the hatch tool here. Yes, so the pusher is being pulled towards us until hard stop. Copy. Can I start moving the hatch? What about the pressure? Is it down completely? Is it vacuum now? Yes, zero. Copy. Now you can open the hatch. Yeah, please retain the handle, hold the handle of the pusher and open the hatch. Hold that handle. Can you do it simultaneously? EV2? No, Joy. Okay, so I will hold it here from this side. I'm tightening it. And get ready.
And the hatch to the Poisk airlock once again open. And we should be seeing Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov here any moment. Ryzhikov again will be wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes as EV1. Kud Sverchkov's Orlan suit will bear the blue stripes.
Stand by one. Let me reposition myself. You know, I have to put it back. Of course, there is a kink here. Copy. Okay, now. So we are removing this slack now. Copy. So the EV hatch is open and secured with the hook page 201. Now please install the protective ring, guys. Copy in work. Installing protective ring. So I am staying here, EV2, and you go ahead. Inaudible.
Так, у нас хватит длины, Кирилл? У нас хватит длины?
Will there be sufficient length here for us? Well, let's see. Wait, just stop doing that. I will use a different way of operating. So when you install the protective ring, please monitor that the cord is not in the hatch opening. Yes, we know that. So let us do it once again. This is enough. Maybe this is the best way to do it. Okay, the locks are open. The latches are open. I confirm. Now I have this mark right before me. I pressed it down. Now I have it transferred to this position and secured. That's it. You know, there is probably a longitude groove. Yes, I will test it right now. Now, yes, it is secured. The hooks are secured. Artyom, how did you copy? The protective ring is installed. The protective ring is installed. So Dima will support you from now on.
Сергей, мы сейчас продолжаем с вами переход на автономное питание скафандра.
We are transitioning into
Шаг 16.
independent autonomous power for the suits. And that's going to be Q card 7 and step 16.
The cosmonauts have installed that protective ring around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch. That is a common procedure to make sure it is pristine for the duration of the spacewalk. And we should be seeing the two cosmonauts outside any moment now. Sverchkov will be first out of the hatch, followed by Ryzhikov.
Put power supply in autonomous power. And please deactivate primary pump. And then please put the transmitter in the off position. All right, we have everything. Transmitters, pump and fan are in required status for EV1 and EV2.
Питание автоном, основной насос, основной вентилятор, основной передатчик включены, правильно?
So just wanted to make sure that you have for EV2, for Sergei 2, that your primary pump, fan, and transmitter are on. What is the U battery? 27.8. And 20 unintelligible for the second, for EV2. And then please deactivate the tow mode on the control panel and MRM2. Copy in work.
Принято. И снимаем питание из К1 и
Please
после этого
put SK1 and SK suit 1 and suit 2 power, put it in the off position
Хорошо?
For the first and for the second.
Отключаем СК1, контролируй связь.
All right, I am putting suit 1 in autonomous power. And I'm standing by, verifying the lights. The LED is no longer illuminated. Is the umbilical still connected? It is still connected, so disconnect the umbilical. Copy and work. The umbilical has been disconnected. All right, electrical umbilical is disconnected. Do you read me well? You kind of, we do, just a little bit quiet. So, for suit 1 and suit 2, please power them, disconnect them from station power. All right. We are disconnecting them, and then so first you need to deactivate tow, heat exchange power, and then suit 1 and 2 should be put in off position. In work for the first suit. And the umbilical has been disconnected for suit 2. Do you read me well? Yes. So please close out the connectors for the Orlan suits with MLI. Done for suit for EV1 and for EV2. Copy, and then once the EV hatch is open, we will give you a go to activate sublimators. All right, we open the EV hatch, and it has been secured. Copy. I am passing you on to Artyom. Copy. All right, guys. Are you ready to go? EV2 goes to MRM2SM handrail. And what about the sublimators? It's going to be on our go a little bit later. Copy. Hey, see it? Guys? We are going to be out of orbital night in a few seconds, and you will be able to see well. And so for sublimators, please start with suit 1 and then proceed with suit 2. Well, Sergei is only halfway out through the hatch. What time do we turn on the sublimators? If you have...
Our first view of Sergei Sverchkov exiting the Poisk module airlock, the first time this has been used for a Russian spacewalk. Sverchkov and Sergei Ryzhikov, who will follow him momentarily, both conducting the first spacewalks of their careers. We're now 54 minutes into the spacewalk that began at 9:12 a.m. Central, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module for the first time after a series of leak checks and validation tests on the integrity of the seals around this airlock being used for the first time for an EVA.
Well, congratulations, you are out. So I am outside as well, connected to the handrail, and I am putting my sublimator in the... I'm activating my sublimator. So for EV2 as well, right? Yes. So TO indicated TO is in off position, and then temperature control handle is in position 3. We copy. All right. So EV1 Temperature control handle is in position 6, and now I'm putting it in position 3.
Наблюдаем мы.
Let's just give a few seconds for Sergey to situate himself.
Принято.
And then
Прикрыл светофильтр.
I have the
Принято, да, уже сейчас начинает
filter
летать.
covered up. Okay, we are standing by.
Flying 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, the International Space Station moving into an orbital sunrise, moving from northwest to southeast on this orbit of the Earth. Sergei Kod-Sverchkov outside of the Poisk airlock, soon to be joined by Sergei Ryzhikov, who will hand him a package of hardware containing a new fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module, the first component ever launched for the International Space Station 22 years ago this coming Friday.
All right, and let me unreel it here. All right, there we go. Don't pull yet. And the airtight container have been secured. Does that look good to you? For you? Yes. And one hook.
Both cosmonauts now outside. They're working with this so-called airtight container that includes the new fluid regulator for the Zarya module that will replace an older unit. That's the first task on tap for the two cosmonauts, now that they have confirmed the integrity of the Poisk module through a series of depressurization and repressurization exercises and leak checks of all of the hardware for that airlock in use today for the first time.
Just be careful. Careful. All right, I have secured it. I have secured hook 2. Could you hold it for a second? Let me move away a little bit. Okay. I'm moving. Careful. So I'm getting that short hook.
Сергей Первый, я так понимаю,
Sergey.
ты выходишь из МИМа уже.
1, as far as I understand, you're egressing MRM, right? That's right. And what about the kit? It's on the opposite side, and I am there as well. Okay, so there is enough space for you, right? I can't see right now, but I think the space is sufficient. Okay, we'll be standing by for Sergey 1 report once you are out of the MRM. Okay. The hook is in my pocket there. And Is it getting out? Nope.
Не хватает до этого.
Fighting. I'll try and rotate it a little bit.
Сергей, первый, второй.
Sergey 1 and Sergey 2.
Будет там возможность.
When you get a chance,
АСТР. Ручку тепло-холод ПГБ.
you can put the heat exchanger handle in the position 0 and then put the
Тумблер АСТР.
neutral position.
Возможности. Вот будет у вас там.
And if you can actually set the heat.
Они у нас Серега с Тамарой ходят парой.
All right.
Длинный туда же залетел, куда и твой.
I think my long one is headed in the same direction as yours.
Серег,
Sergey,
можешь карабин
could you
перецепить себе
please
руку ниже?
connect that hook from the kit to under your right arm,
Ближе к поручню переход.
a little bit closer to the handrail.
Перецеп.
Done.
Так, первый застраховал. Стал переменной длины
All right.
для поручня.
I have secured the adjustable tether to the handrail for EV1.
Выполняю выход.
And I'm egressing,
Солнышко так отсветит. Надо
and the sun is out.
наполовинку.
You need to probably set it to half.
Все, принял.
Is everything looking good on your side? Yes.
Все, второй вышел.
EV2
Первый
is
вышел,
out.
принято. Ребят,
EV1 is out. We copy.
давайте проведем легкую адаптацию.
All right, guys.
Смотрите, где вы, как находитесь.
You can take a break. Just orient yourself in regards to the modules, where to go, how to proceed,
Начнем движение.
and we can start the translation on your go.
Принято.
Copy.
Ну, как раз так, как надо, мы как планировали.
All right. We are just as we have
Да,
planned.
наблюдаем.
We see that.
Ты где-то СТР включил уже? Нет еще. Ну что, может тогда зайти?
Sergey,
Да, у тебя руки
do
свободны?
you have the flow control valve adjustments
Так, перевод.
done? Is ISR on?
Вот шестерку.
Well, I'm putting the warm-cold handle
Ноль, да?
in position 6. Gennady Mikhailovich, do we have you go? All right, just put the handle at 0 first. Please verify temperature control handle at 0. Please verify that you're in mid position for the switch between warm and cold, and you have a go to perform the flow control valve adjustment. Done. We copy.
Так, Сергей, сейчас приму.
Sergey, I'm going to take it over. Sounds good.
Взял.
I got it,
Отдал.
and I hand it over,
Перевожу. Тумблер тепло-холод 0.
and I'm putting the warm-cold switch
Тепло-холод средний.
to cold, and then to mid position,
Включен на втором.
and the flow control valve adjustment is in position 2. We copy. I am ready. All right, we are ready for translation. Great.
Если вы разместились, включили...
If you are
At the bottom of your screen, with the backpack and the red stripes, is Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov. Just above him is Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. They have all of their tools together. Their suits are configured properly, and they're about to make their way over to the Zarya module, just a few feet away, to start the replacement of an aging piece of hardware called a fluid flow regulator that enables all of the plumbing to operate properly inside the Zarya module.
I am catching it here. What? The container. All right, the adjustable rod is connected to handrail 6011. We copy. And the regular tether to 6023. Do you see me? Do you see my back? Can I fit there? Yes. I can see it, and you fit just fine. Okay, adjustable. Tether is connected to 6013. All right, here is the tether. Watch out for the tether. I see it. I'm going to move it. So 6012 is where I have my tether. Okay. Let me get a little bit closer. Can you reach it? I should. I have to. Just move cautiously. Are you going to move the tether for the container? I will.
And our first helmet camera view from Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, the number 18 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, as he begins the process of making his way over to the Zarya module. He's being joined by Sergei Ryzhikov. We're still waiting on his helmet camera to be activated. That will bear the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner, as they will conduct the first of the tasks for today's spacewalk, that being the replacement of a fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module.
So how are you feet?
1 hour, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk that is expected to last up to 6 hours.
The container is here, right? Yes. Okay, now let's hook to the handrails, and I'm moving as close as possible to you. Okay? And I'm monitoring the situation. So this transit bay, it should be below me.
Как раз бухта транзита, она, да, правильно.
Yes, this bay, transit bay, that's where it should be.
А над вами как раз БПДО находится.
BPDO should be above you. We do see it out of the corner of my eye. Well, you do, not me.
Да. И при перемещении, ребят,
Okay, I can see it a little bit.
при перемещении следите, чтобы фалы не
And
перекручивались.
as you are translating, please make sure you don't get your tethers
Свои
tied up.
карабины перестраховал.
Okay, I have
Так.
moved my hooks and I'm working with the container now.
Застрахован.
All right, I am secured. Just a little bit.
20 секунд пропадания связи.
All right, there was a 20-second dropout.
Продолжаем двигаться.
We're in the process of handing over downlink video communications capability between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov moving a container over from the Poisk airlock to the Zarya module that contains a brand new fluid flow device that will improve the flow of hydraulic fluid and other plumbing components within that module, the first module ever launched for the International Space Station 22 years ago this coming Friday. And a good view of Poisk on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, launched on November 10th, 2009, 11 years ago, having served up to this point as a docking port for visiting Russian vehicles, and today for the first time serving as a venue from which a spacewalk is being conducted. You can see Ryzhikov on the left side of Poisk wearing the suit with the red stripes. Sverchkov is out of view at this moment.
And now EV2 camera off, and now camera on.
Не включается светодиод.
The LED is not illuminated.
Меня только один фонарь светит.
And Reba only has one light on. Let me try it one more time. Let me cycle. Okay, so two lights on, but the camera LED is not green. I pressed the button one more time, and now it is illuminated. We copy. So, what lights are we talking about? U.S. lights or Orlan lights? U.S. lights. Well, you have a go to activate Orlan
Да, на связи.
lights too.
Так,
And Sergey, please verify that the handle is secured correctly to the pin, with the pin.
Ручки ранца, да, что она зафиксирована.
The handles are for your backpack are secured correctly to the pin. We're not seeing correct telemetry. Okay, I had it, and it should be in the correct position. Okay, we see that it is closed now in telemetry. Did you see whether it was coming away? I did, and it wasn't. Okay, now we're getting the right telemetry. Thank you.
Так, длинный за 61.
All right, so the long one is attached to 6009.
Карабин укладки.
Sergey, could you please move the kit hook to make sure that I don't have to reach 2 times? Okay, yes, we'll do.
Сейчас ровненько, стой.
Okay, stand by, wait.
Шикарно.
Excellent.
Зафиксировал.
Got it. It is secured now. 6014 is, and I'm moving now, pulling it
Ага, не хватает.
up
Да? Сейчас.
so you can reach. Okay, so
Может быть, фалу чуть
wait.
Который.
Should I move over
С поводком, да.
the tether? Which one?
Ну, сошла, давай.
Okay, let's go ahead and
Потом, на следующем переходе.
try doing that. Okay, let's do it
Я взял. Да.
during the next transfer. Okay, so I'm holding it, giving it to you.
Так, я в L2 нахожусь.
I'm next to
Принято, наблюдаем.
L2.
Сергей,
Copy.
ты с камерой выключил, включил ее?
And we're monitoring you. And Sergey 1,
Ой, я забыл сделать.
did you cycle the camera? Okay, I didn't do that. I forgot about it because we started working on the handle. Okay, well,
Сергей подойдет и будет
I'll
контролировать.
do it now when Sergey moves over here. Yes.
And a good view of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Prominently in the center of the view, the Poisk module, and on the left of it, Sergei Ryzhikov, the space station commander, Sergei Sverchkov next to him. That long pole that you see attached to the Poisk module is the Strela boom, Strela being the Russian word for arrow, a telescoping boom that the cosmonauts use to move from one segment of the work sites around the Russian segment to another. On the far right of your screen, the ISS Progress 75 cargo ship attached to the aft port of the Zvezda service module and will remain attached to that until the mid-February time frame.
Few times I see that it is illuminated.
Да, он как-то
And
каким-то дал таким.
I didn't see it when you turned it on. I guess it blinked
Вот сейчас еще одно нажать.
in a way.
Смотри, видно?
Okay, so can you see it now? I don't think it's illuminated. Moscow. Could you please confirm? Are you getting the video? No, we do not have the video right now. What about video too?
Нет, мы с наш шлемных камер картинку.
No, there is no WVS video.
Картинку с манипулятора.
We only see the image that we're getting from the arm.
У тебя зеленый горит, и у тебя горит.
Okay, so the green one is illuminated.
Да, давайте.
Correct, yes, and mine is illuminated too. Okay, so let's move on. Yes, let's move on now. Let's not spend time on it now. We're seeing you through the camera on the arm. So you can proceed now, and then we can get back to the camera up later. Okay, copy. So I'm securing to the shortcut handrail. Okay, excellent.
Один 16.
6116.
Туда же укладку.
The kit goes there as well. I'm holding it. Okay, I'm handing it over to you.
Длинный у второго на 60-15.
EV2, 6015.
Короткий. Не вижу номер.
The short one, I don't see its number. 6005. Okay, yes, and
Карабин укладки тоже на 60-15.
the kit hook is also installed on 6015. Holding the kit, okay.
Так, сейчас осмотрюсь. Здесь ничего не
Handed it over, so I'm going to inspect this area. I don't think there should be anything in the way. As far as I remember, yes, there is sufficient room here.
Короткий для другой.
And I'm getting to a different shortcut handrail.
Укладку к ней.
Moving the kit over there, moving along the handrail.
Принято.
Copy.
Взял?
Are you holding it? And I handed it over.
Так, чуть повыше подниму ее, чтобы тебе удобнее было.
I'm going to move it up just to make sure that it's more convenient for you.
Раз.
Okay.
Перецепил.
It's pre-hooked.
Карабин второй.
The hooks are now secured.
Так, перецепил укладку. Перемещаю.
And the kit is rehooked now as well. And I'm proceeding
Подходи тогда.
with translation. Okay, so move closer then.
Отлично.
Okay, excellent.
Могу тут сюда даже колодец переместить.
And I can move it over here. Okay, are you holding it? Yes.
За что ты зацепился? За меня? Нет.
Is it towards me? No.
Наблюдаем картинку на шлемной камере второго.
And we're getting the WVS video of EV2. Copy.
Наблюдаем камеру манипулятора.
And also we're getting the view from the arm.
Перецепил оба свои карабины на мягкий фал.
It is rehooked now, and the hook is...
A good view of Sergei Ryzhikov working to configure equipment outside of the Poisk module airlock. Right alongside of him is the airtight container, as it is called by the Russian specialists, within which a brand new fluid flow regulator, which will be installed on the Zarya module shortly. And a helmet camera view from Sergei Sverchkov of the work that he is conducting.
And I'm moving over. Copy, copy.
Наблюдаем.
And we can see you.
Далеко улетел.
Okay, got a bit too far. Do not rush.
The International Space Station flying 260 miles over the South Atlantic, just off the east coast of Argentina. This orbit of the Earth carrying the orbital outpost and its 7 crew members from southwest to northeast on a track that will cross the western coast of Africa a short time from now.
Взял.
Okay, I got it. You got it? Yes.
Sergei Ryzhikov is hovering right next to the Zarya module. That's where this fluid flow regulator replacement work will be conducted a short time from now. That module launched on a Proton rocket on November 20th, 1998, 22 years ago this coming Friday, the first element of the International Space Station.
The kit is secured to the flexible handrail, copy, and we can see it as well. My lawn tether is also on the soft handrail. The short one is installed on the soft handrail. You're holding it. Yes, correct. It's on the second one, right? Yes, of course. Now I'll have to hold on to the other soft handrail. Sergey, can you move over? I guess I can rehook it now, and then you will be translating along the flexible handrails. Yes, that's what I thought too, and I'm monitoring. Okay, so let me move back a bit to not be in the way.
Короткий, длинный. Застраховал.
Both hooks are now secured.
Еще надо себя контролировать. Просто заносит.
And I really have to watch my body position in the space because I keep swinging back and forth. Well, I need to make sure that I don't mix them up. And they're of different colors and barcodes. Okay, the hook is now secured. Okay, tethered, copy. And let me reach towards the kit.
Взял.
I'm holding it. Copy. Copy, you're holding it. So let's turn it a bit. Let me grab onto the other handrail, and you're gonna get this from me because I'll have to move back by a few degrees. Okay, are you holding it? Yes, holding it. Can you try catching it now? Okay, excellent. And now I have to move over. Okay, let me do that. Stand by.
Краска пачкает. Да, здесь пыльно.
Yes, it's quite dusty here. I'm translating along the soft handrails. Okay, so I guess I will have to hold on to the flexible or soft handrails. So let me do this. I'm at a maximum here, and I'm secured quite well. Okay. Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, so handing it over to you. Yes.
Ребят, наблюдаем картинку с обеих ваших камер.
Guys, we're getting the video from both cameras. Copy.
Застраховал оба своих. Работают с укладкой.
Both hooks are now installed, and I will proceed with the kit operations.
Укладка застрахована.
The kit is now secured and tethered. Copy.
Взял.
I'm holding it. Okay, I'm handing it over to you.
Нахожусь над СПМ. Только не
And inaudible.
Перешел на поручень.
Switching to the handrail.
13. Непонятно 50.
13, and I guess it's 50. It's not clear.
Укладку.
Moving the kit over.
Укладку перенес.
The kit is now transferred.
Перенес длинный.
Copy.
Чуть-чуть. Ага, отлично.
A bit over here. Okay, that's great.
Перенес короткий. Подхожу поближе.
And the small hook is now installed too. Moving closer to you, and I am holding the kit. Okay, copy.
Вот она, наша
So
панель.
let me look around. So this is
Наша
the panel that we need,
площадка.
and this is the platform.
Длинный я перецеплять не буду.
I'm not going to rehook the large hook.
Да. Артем, мне с АСТР
Artem,
жарковато еще.
it's
Холод тублер положить.
hot here since ISTER automatic thermal control system is on. Can I move the handle to...
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 33 minutes into today's spacewalk, which also saw the verification of the ability of the POISC module to support a spacewalk for the first time. A great view here from an external camera on the International Space Station of the two cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, now working on top of the Zarya module, the first element of the International Space Station launched 22 years ago. The container in between the two holds a new fluid flow regulator that will replace an aging unit to do just what it implies, regulate the flow of fluids and the plumbing of the Zarya module that essentially connects the U.S. and Russian segments of the International Space Station.
In that case,
And a split screen view of the two helmet cameras on the cosmonauts.
Автоматика сейчас включена.
okay, well, the automatic system is on now, and what we have is the switches. Can we use that? So as their automatic system...
Sergei Kud-Sverchkov's helmet camera is on the left, Sergei Ryzhikov's helmet camera on the right, as they work in tandem to position themselves for the installation of this new fluid regulator unit.
As their thermal control system is off, moving to 6 to 4.
Пускай, да. Все, так, перевел. Карабины
Okay, so
перевел.
it's going to be like this. The hooks are
Ты с моим нахлёстом.
moved now.
Все, тогда не да.
Oh, okay, no.
Я тоже хотел подальше, но здесь
So I wanted to move farther, but
одно еще.
I guess it would be better to be here and to do one more.
Свои перецепил.
I have rehooked my tethers,
Перецепил.
and the kit
Разместился ближе к платформе.
has been
Сейчас.
re-tethered as well. I'm now closer to the platform, okay?
Взял, контролирую.
And I'm holding it now. Copy. handing it over. Okay, stand by. And the
While the two cosmonauts are working on the first task of today's spacewalk, the installation of this fluid regulator unit in the Zarya module, it is reported that the Resilience Crew Dragon that carried Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi to the International Space Station for its docking late Monday night is now configured for what are known as quiescent operations, steady-state operations at the International Space Station. It automatically docked to the forward port of the Harmony module late Monday night. The four new residents comprising the addition to the Expedition 64 crew on board. They have spent the day transferring cargo and flight data files and placing a Crew Dragon in the proper configuration for its 6-month stay as a part of the International Space Station.
I'm at my workstation monitoring the kit position. It's an excellent position right now, and I'm holding it. Okay. And Artem, inaudible, should we keep it here? Did you say there are bars? No, wire ties. Can you see them on the video? Well, okay then, you can keep them there. Put the latches in the operating position. They are in operating position now. Copy. And you're going to install the pressurized container on its platform. Okay. Stand by, and I'll have to change the tether position as well. Okay, it's convenient now, and we'll proceed. I see the antenna here. I'm ready. Okay, so we'll keep going. Move closer. I'm holding it. Okay, excellent. So let me move closer to you. There is no digital numbering here, and I will use the color code. 2 yellow ones on the side of Sergey on plane 2. Okay, copy. So 1-4 should be on your side, and the fact that there is no labeling there, that's fine. That's how it's been for a while now. Okay, move just a bit over here. Okay, like that. And they're in on my side and on my side as well. Soft dock is confirmed. Copy. Please put the latches in closed position. Number 4 is closed. Number 1 is closed. Okay. Okay, everything is fine. Copy. And we can open the KSD, yes, copy. And who's going to do that? EV1 or 2? Let me do that. Is it more convenient for you? Well, I guess I can do that with my right hand. Okay, so you are doing it, right?
КСД открываем на 2 оборота.
Please make 2 turns to open KSD. Copy.
Сергей, второй, тогда
Sergey 2.
разъем.
So check out the connector for now, and 2 turns are complete. The connector next to handrail 1360
Сергей, первый принято.
on above the panel. So this is the metal connector I can see it.
Все верно. Ребят,
It's open now.
ребят,
And
у
guys,
меня вопрос такой.
I have a
В
question.
программе сейчас должна была
On the timeline,
быть пауза небольшая.
we were supposed to take a break. So do you need a break or should we continue?
Ну, если не спеша, то можно продолжить или минутку.
Well, we can take a break for 1 minute or we can proceed if we don't need to rush. Okay, then, please take a break then, and once you're ready, we will proceed. Okay.
The Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow conferring with our two spacewalkers, Sergei Ryzhikov on the left, Sergei Sverchkov on the right. And that cylindrical container is the so-called airtight container housing a replacement fluid regulator unit that will be installed in the Zarya module, which they are working at. That's the first element of the International Space Station launched 22 years ago this coming Friday. The two cosmonauts successfully tested the Poisk airlock for use for future Russian spacewalks. That checked out in great shape. The crew is running a few minutes behind the timeline for the day. And a good view now from the helmet camera of Sergei Ryzhikov, the Expedition 64 commander, as he and Sverchkov prepare to remove this new replacement fluid regulator from the container for its installation in Zarya.
Of that area, and it would be great to see it.
We're now 1 hour 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. Other tasks on the docket will be the disconnection of a telemetry antenna that links the Zvezda service module to the Pirs docking compartment and its attachment to the interface between Zvezda and the Poisk module. That begins the lengthy series of work over the next several months to decommission the Pirs docking compartment for its removal and disposal via a Progress spacecraft next year.
Make sure
that will clear the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment for the installation of the new Nauka mini multi-purpose laboratory module that will be launched next year on a Proton rocket for its installation as a laboratory, an airlock, and a docking port all in one. That launch to take place from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, a launch date yet to be determined.
Okay, it is off on my side. No, it is still full now. Okay, I don't want you to push it here. Is it still on? Well, yes, let's make sure that it goes off. Okay, 2 minutes are up. And we are ready to continue. Copy. If you got a chance to rest and if you're ready, then you can go ahead and start demating the connectors of RG, SP, K1. And please provide commentary on what you are doing. I can see the connector. It is on the Lirka clip, the metal connector, one out of the 3 connectors. Copy. And do you see any labels on the connector KRG? KRG, that's the marking. Just one marking there. Okay, copy.
По кабелю идет между первым и вот следующим.
And the cable is going between the first one and I guess the next one. That's where it's going. Okay, so go ahead and demate it now with your go. Yes. Okay, so the cable says SPR RG H1. Okay, I guess that's the one that we need. Yes, that's correct. And your go ahead go ahead and demate it. Demating the cable, and I do not see any FOD or debris.
Принято.
Copy. And let me secure the panel.
The two cosmonauts are now removing the new fluid regulator unit from that container, temporarily stowing it before they begin to unmate a series of connectors holding the older fluid regulator unit in place that has been there since the Zarya module was launched 22 years ago. This brand new unit will improve the flow of fluids through the plumbing system of the Zarya module. We are now 1 hour 47 minutes into today's spacewalk.
The length is not enough. You know, the tether length is not enough because during the training drills we had the handrails on the cover, and here we don't have this handrail, so we'll have to switch tethers. Copy?
Можно использовать фалы с подтягом.
You can use the adjustable tethers. Yes, we are working with them. Yes, so you can rehook it. Sergey, you have cut out from your toolkit. Yes, I can see that. Thank you.
Сергей, попробуй.
Sergey, will you try that? Because I don't have the enough length. Okay, the connector that's on the container, you know, you don't have to demate it, you just transfer it, move it. Can you hold it? Okay, I've secured it here.
Принято.
Copy. I've secured the old one, flow regulator. Now work with MLI. Yes, I can see that. The MLI flap is open. Now move this spring clip here. So we are stowing the cable. Can you hold it? Copy. No, retrieve it. It should be in the center. It is more convenient for me here. Yes, go ahead and close it here. Yes, it is closed. The cable is stowed. We are ready to open the handle here. Go ahead. Be careful and please look for any drops of moisture. Beware of that, okay? Yes, we will have to move with it later on. Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I closed it. I opened it. That I cannot see the cable. There are no drops, no moisture. Copy. Yeah, there's a little bit. The connector is. There is a little bit of moisture on the connector. I am not looking at the connector. I cannot see it here. EV2. Yes, yes, and now EV2. You should monitor the panel, right? Yes, and EV1. Yes. EV1, can you use GoPro camera and take pictures of that? The connectors that are on the module itself, correct? Yes.
Все верно, на самом модуле.
Or the connectors on the panel itself, on the unit. Okay, GoPro camera is activated, and I'm taking
Насчет пока светло.
videos.
Через 4 минуты настанет тень.
In 4 minutes, we will have eclipse.
Так, выключай камеру.
So the camera is off, OFF now.
Камера выключена.
The camera is off.
Возвращаю на место.
I'm retrieving it to its location,
Принято.
putting it back.
Взял панель.
Now,
Можно перемещать ее.
can we move the panel?
Приступайте к фиксации на гермоконтейнере.
Yes, start securing the panel, guys.
Браться не за что.
You know,
1 hour, 52 minutes into the spacewalk, Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov continue to demate connectors in the replacement of a fluid regulator component on the Zarya module, the first task of today's spacewalk, which also featured the validation of the Poisk module as an airlock for today's spacewalk and those to be conducted out of the Russian segment in the future until the arrival of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to be launched next year from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The International Space Station is about to cross the northern coast of Africa over Libya, soon to pass over the Mediterranean, and then over Greece, just south of Athens.
Почему она проволока в проволоке
you know, there is the wire inside the wire, sort of.
была? Поэтому не раздвигалась.
That's why it was very hard to pull aside.
Есть. Держу.
I am holding it.
Держу. Отлично.
It's great.
Три узла.
3 knots here.
Смотри, нам еще сейчас новую страховать надо будет.
Now we will have actually to secure the new panel.
Старый, правильно?
Okay, so I release the old tether, correct?
Еще раз, какой файл?
What tether are you talking about? No, no,
У нас там есть еще один файл.
not yet. We have one more tether, and we will
Пока
secure it. Okay, don't release it yet.
Продолжаем. 2 точки, чтобы нас было.
No, we need 2 points of contact, so to say.
я его зондажировал.
Yes, I have released it here.
Можно файл с подтягом, Сергей,
You know, Sergey, you can
поручень гермоконтейнера зацепить.
actually
Не мешал тебе открывать
hook the
барабан.
adjustable tether to the handrail of the container, so it is not in the way for you.
Он с подтягом какой?
Сергей,
So which one tether you're talking about? Which one adjustable?
у тебя
EV1.
файл с подтягом,
You
который
have
делал высокий
adjustable
вес.
tether that you are holding with your left hand.
Поручни ФГБ
You
зафиксировать
can
на
secure it
поручень
to
гермоконтейнера
the
на верхней или на
airtight container handrail on the upper or on the lateral one. Yes, I have secured it there. It is a new one. We will have use of it later.
Не так. Панель должна быть
The
зафиксирована.
panel should be secured with a tether, guys. You're in the wrong configuration. And the second
Все, я понял.
contact point should be inaudible.
Подожди, все, отпускай карабин.
Now you can let the tether go. It will be just connected with a wire.
Нет, панель у нас должна быть на
The
проводе.
panel should be on the wire and on the tether, guys. There should be 2 points of contact there.
Так, теперь открывать барабан.
Unintelligible. I am ready to open the cover.
Все Разрешайте открыть?
Moscow, is it a go to open the cover?
Ступайте к открытию, да.
Yes, you can open
Принято.
the door of the airtight container. Copy in work.
Меня открыто. Второй открыт.
One lock is open. The other lock is open.
Так, один открыл.
So one is open.
Так, оба открыты.
Both locks are open. Okay, it's a go to open the door of the airtight container.
Инструмент убрал.
Unintelligible.
Открываем.
Yeah, let's open the door.
Не открывается.
It wouldn't budge.
Потом снят, да?
But the locks are off, correct?
Снят.
Yes, the lock is off and latch is open.
Посмотрите, может быть, какой-то винт еще держит.
Well, maybe it is the bolt is still holding it. On my side, they are free.
Так, я предлагаю Серега выйти остановить.
I suggest Sergey inaudible.
Ребят,
Guys,
Да.
э, да, принято, ребят.
guys,
Смотрите, у нас по периметру
look
крышки
along the perimeter of the door.
Да, принято.
Moscow, how do you copy us? EV1.
Ребят, по периметру
Guys,
12 болтов.
there are a few bolts along the perimeters. Please check that they all are they're all free. Unintelligible.
Так, а у нас какая головка здесь?
What kind of head size is needed here? Let me check.
Ребят,
Guys,
Да.
go ahead, Moscow.
болты на фланце.
The bolts on the flange are not unscrewed, right? They are still screwed in. Yes, they are still screwed in.
Сейчас будет еще перерыв связи.
So we will have a short com dropout very soon. Guys, how do you copy us on the ground? Yeah. We copy you loud and clear. So on the door of the airtight container, there are 17.
This is Mission Control Houston, having passed the 2-hour, 1-minute mark into today's spacewalk. Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov continue work to install a replacement fluid regulator unit on the Zarya module of the International Space Station. Today's spacewalk also accomplished the validation of the Poisk module as an airlock for future Russian spacewalks through a successful depressurization, repressurization, and leak check on the hatch for the airlock portion of the Poisk module. That leak check, you see the series of steps that were conducted earlier today. The spacewalk actually getting underway at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, with the initial opening of the hatch to Poisk.
Мне кажется, можно на прорывце болтить. КСБ стоит на 22-м.
Unintelligible. EV2, Moscow. You know, in your liquid garment temperature is only 12. So what is the position of your temperature controller? Maybe you should place it in position 0 or maybe 1. 1 will be better probably. EV2, Moscow. Okay, let us deactivate ISTR. You know, put the switch, the temperature control switch in the neutral position, and ISTR does not impact anything, so let us leave it as is. So, Sergey, can you tell us what the position of your temperature control switch right now? Inaudible.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov on the left and right of your screen, respectively, flying over Mongolia as they take a moment to catch their breath. In front of Ryzhikov is the container with the new fluid regulator unit that they are in the process of working to install to replace an older unit that has been in the Zarya module since it was launched as the first element of the International Space Station 22 years ago.
Guys, as you probably understand that we have a tag up here on the ground discussing the issue. Yes, they are. The size of the bolts is 14.
Винт-2 лежит. На крышке КВД.
Yes, you can see here the KVD cover.
12.
There are 12 there. 12.
Которые для... чтобы кожух снять.
The ones that are securing the housing. Guys, go ahead, Moscow. We have a suggestion to try to unfasten these bolts in the following way. So you will have the ratchet wrench, and it has the handle that can be removed, and between the handle of the ratchet wrench and between the cover, try to install it there and try to get this bolt off.
Я так понимаю, ручкой сюда не подберешься особо.
You know, this handle wouldn't go inside here. Not accessible enough.
Может быть, ключ-барашек снять в этот момент?
Maybe the wing nut should be removed at this time so that it is not does not create an additional impediment there.
Подожди-ка.
Stand by one.
Нет. Я думаю, это бесперспективная затея.
You know, to tell you the truth, it won't succeed, this idea. Copy.
Знаешь, можно как попробовать.
You know, let's give it another try together.
Это обучение какое-то.
Of course, it's not very easy to do it
Можно было как-то хотя бы накинуть.
only by you.
Накидывать вообще, да.
You know, if
А вот крутить это уже 10-й вопрос.
I can try to adjust the head somewhere on the bolt, that's the main
Там слишком
problem.
не подлезает.
course, there is not enough access here.
Нет, не удается зацепить.
No, Joy.
Она еще...
We cannot attach
Нет, полусфера не даст.
to it. It is also there is a half spherical cover here, so it does not give us enough access.
Ребят,
Guys,
обратно на
please put the old panel in its original location. Copy.
Салт подтягиваем, надо зацепить за нее. Чего? Салт подтягиваем, зацепить за нее.
Let's pull it up a little bit
Так мягко упоришь.
and hook it up too, and maybe we can get a better position from the gap spanner.
Так, вот хватит его. Сюда и зацепить. Как отцепление тогда? Обратно.
Kind of long.
Ближе.
And a little bit closer.
Так, еще.
And a little bit more.
Упирается в тебя.
Unintelligible.
Стой, подожди.
Stand by one.
Второе отцепить. Не то. Стоп, стоп.
Stop, stop. Watch out.
Сейчас я держи, отцепи проволоку. Давай, держу.
You got it? Holding it? I am.
Давай я буду держать, потому что мне нет с твоей стороны проволока. Хорошо.
Let me hold it because it's better for me from my side.
Все, держу.
I got it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 20 minutes into the spacewalk by Ryzhikov on the left and Kud Sverchkov on the right as they are working to properly position this fluid flow regulator unit on the Zarya module, trying to overcome a bit of a balky bolt holding the older unit in place.
Держу. Держу.
Got it? Yes.
Карабин надо в другом порядке, что ли? Сейчас я перецеплю. Держишь? Что дальше? Карабин надо перецепить. Хорошо?
Now we need to change the position of the hook.
Ребят, через 6
Are you
минут
holding it tight?
солнце пойдет.
Yes. And guys, the sun is coming out in a few minutes. Copy.
The International Space Station passing out over the northwest Pacific Ocean, moving from northwest to southeast in this orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. Again, this is the first task external to the work that was done earlier to validate the pressurization and hatch seal integrity of the Poisk module for use for Russian spacewalks.
SM.
Сейчас перецеплю. Все, хватит.
I can't really move further. That's okay. That's enough.
Вот так вот, нет? С моей стороны встал, с твоей не вижу.
Like about so? And I have it secured on my side. Got it? I did. I got it.
Проверяем.
And let's do the pull test.
Разъем.
Pull test. Successful. Connector.
Держу.
Got it? I do.
Так, Артем, разъем.
Artyom,
Ж.
connector
ЖХ-1 готов подстыковать.
GH1.
Принято, стыкуй.
We are ready to mate it. You have a go.
Разъем подстыкован.
We have it connected.
Закрыт.
Принято.
And covered up.
Принято. Убирай обратно. Зафиксируйте
Awesome.
плату.
Фотографировать надо, тут просто сейчас темно.
Do you need us to take any pictures? Because it's a little bit dark here right now.
Разъем зафиксирован.
And the connector is secure.
FT закрывать?
Do you want us to cover it up with the MLI flap?
Сейчас проверим.
Let them check.
Тут Москвы как-то.
Moscow, how do you copy?
До связи.
We
Сейчас,
copy.
извините, ребят, отвлекся. на
Sorry,
секунду.
guys, I
Повторите,
was
пожалуйста.
a little bit distracted. Come again.
Вторая панель установлена. Замок закрыт.
We
Такого.
have installed it,
Принято.
everything, and
Нет, не
and
будем.
connected the connector. Do you want us to take any pictures?
2,5 минуты
No.
свет начнется.
Sergey, in 2.5 minutes,
Давайте
the sun is
начинаем
coming out,
переход обратно с гермоконтейнером
and
к
let's
мимо второму.
start moving
Будем выводить
back
его внутрь.
to MRM1 with the airtight container in tow. We're going to be bringing it back.
Электроразъемы закрыты FT.
All right, the connectors are covered up with the MLI.
Разместился. Так, надо снять этот.
Unintelligible.
Ребят, перед тем, как
Guys,
снять гермоконтейнер,
right before you remove the airtight container,
закрываем также...
So the first task of today's spacewalk, external to the Poisk airlock, is now complete. The installation of a new fluid flow regulator unit on the Zarya module of the International Space Station to replace an aging unit. That older unit has been inserted into that cylindrical container, the barrel-shaped container that you see between Sergei Ryzhikov on the left and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov on the right. It will be brought back inside the Poisk airlock, and that will enable the next task to be undertaken, that being the disconnection of a telemetry antenna at the interface between the Zvezda service module and the Pirs docking compartment, the older airlock that has been used to date for Russian-based spacewalks. That telemetry antenna then will be connected to the interface between Zvezda and Poisk, now being used for Russian spacewalks.
Принято.
is closed. Copy. So the PRV is closed. And the two wing screws on my side are tight. Copy.
Ребят.
Guys?
Да, на связи.
Go ahead.
Новые вводные от кураторов.
Just a slight delta from our specialist regarding the
Надо оставить его открытым. А закрывать
PRV valve.
по
You
выходу
need
из скафандров
to
уже после шлюзования.
Принято.
so regarding the KSD valve, you need to leave them open. We are going to close them only after they repress. Okay, we copy.
Звезда открыт.
KSD valve is open. PRV valve is open. Copy. Please stand by.
Все, ребят, приступаем
Hey guys,
к демонтажу
please proceed
гермоконтейнеров с площадки фиксации. Проверяем
with
страховку
the
двумя точками.
pressurized container. Remove it. Remove the airtight container from the attachment frame and put it into the working configuration. Okay, we are opening up the latches. Copy.
Левый замок открыт.
Left latch is open, right latch is open,
Извлекли, перевожу рабочую замка.
and we are putting the lock. We are putting the latches into the working configuration. Copy. And I got the airtight container. I am handing it over to you.
Ребят, и в обратной последовательности идем заводить гермоконтейнер в МИН. Точно.
And guys, move it into MRM2.
Свои фалы.
Just be very careful with the tethers and with the tethers for the container.
Так, перефиксировал. Сейчас подальше дойду.
Okay, I have it secured. Let me move a little bit farther away. Okay, got the container.
With the old fluid regulator unit in that airtight container, Sergei Ryzhikov on the left, Sergei Kud-Sverchkov on the right, will carry it back to the Poisk airlock to stow it for now, and then we'll get on with the second task for the day, the repositioning of a telemetry antenna, disconnecting it from the Pirs docking compartment, which no longer will be used as an airlock for Russian spacewalks, and installing it at the interface between the Zvezda service module and the Poisk airlock being used today for the first time for Russian EVAs. We are now 2 hours, 35 minutes into this spacewalk, the 232nd in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, and the 8th out of the International Space Station this year.
Okay, I have moved, and I'm handing it over to you. Got it. And I have moved the gap spanner and attached it. And the shortcut. And I have the kit attached to the gap spanner, and I continue my movement.
Контролирую ход. Отдал.
And I've got the kit.
Сергей, второй.
Sergey.
Я на связи.
Sergey.
Сергей, ну давай поставь кран тепло-холод
Second.
вручную, там в первый, второй.
All right. For the
У тебя в нуле,
warm,
уже
cold
опять температурка растет.
handle, please put it in the manual position
Перейду.
because we see the temperature increasing. All right? Let me translate and I'll do it.
Здесь надо будет тоже на мягкий перенести. Давай.
And I'll need to move to the gap spanner too. Yeah, go ahead.
Карабин на мягком. Взял укладку.
All right, the hook is connected to the gap spanner.
Принято, наблюдаем вас.
We see that.
Длинный настали на поручни переходе.
And the long one is on the handrail.
Короткий на втором поручне.
Short one is on the second handrail for translation.
Карабин укладки
And
на поручни переходе.
the kit is on the handrail.
Держу.
I got it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 40 minutes into today's spacewalk as Sergei Ryzhikov on the left and Sergei Sverchkov on the right wrangle the container with the old discarded fluid flow regulator taken from the Zarya module and replaced with a new unit. They're moving it back to the Poisk module to be stowed before they press ahead with the other work on tap for today.
All right, and I can
Ты подольше подержишь, я здесь переход. Да, да.
attach myself here to this handrail, and you can hold it for a second. It's going to be better.
Тут же, да, на поручни переходе такой же неприятный кронштейн.
So the same
Внутри.
frame on the translation handrail as
А что за кронштейн?
previously. Not very convenient.
Зацепился.
Oh, wait.
Головой зацепился.
Hold on. You got your head caught up there.
Так, проходишь сейчас.
Stand by. Hold on. Okay, now you fit through. Okay.
Сергей, а можешь повторить, что
Sergey,
неприятный кронштейн на поручни
so
перехода?
what is that pesky
Вот эти кронштейны, которыми сами поручни крепятся.
frame?
Треугольные.
Well, it's like this
Карабин, он там
triangular frame
аккуратно выводить опять.
that the handrail is attached by, so you have to really finagle your way around it.
Трапециевидный треугольный,
It's the one that is like
очень хорошо
triangular. So if you're at the very edge and very close to that frame, the hook connects there really good. I am on the handrail for DC-1, and I got the kit. Copy. We see it. And I'm moving along the gap spanners. There you are.
This is Mission Control Houston. A correction to this particular task with the fluid flow regulator. The two cosmonauts were unable to open that airtight container containing the replacement fluid flow regulator because of a balky bolt. It sounded from the conversation with the Russian flight controllers that they had been able to overcome that, but they did not. So the Russian flight control team instructed the two cosmonauts to abort the task, and they're bringing that container back inside Poisk, leaving the old fluid flow regulator, which is still operative, inside the Zarya module. So again, this task has been aborted for the two cosmonauts because of their inability to open up the container housing the new fluid flow regulator.
Hold on, let me move as well.
They have transferred it to emergency. And the kit? Did you get it? Yes. And I will continue translating along the handrails.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 47 minutes into the spacewalk. You see Sergei Ryzhikov in the foreground and Sergei Sverchkov with the blue stripes on his suit. And in between them is the container that they were unable to get open that houses the replacement fluid flow regulator unit for the Zarya module. The intent had been to replace an older unit in Zarya, which is still operating, with this new unit, but they were unable to open that container because of a stubborn bolt. After almost an hour of trying, Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow instructed them to stand down from this work. It will be revisited on a future spacewalk, and the new fluid regulator unit will be stowed inside the Russian segment of the space station for the time being. That task has been aborted.
Yep.
I got it. I got it.
Кукладки перекрутился через твой короткий. Принято.
Inaudible. Copy. Thanks.
Взял.
I got it. It's ready. Two, two, two. Two, two, two. I got it.
Взял. Взял.
Okay, I hand it over to you. I got it. Guys, we had a quick handover, and we're moving towards the EV hatch, correct? Yes, we are on plane 3 now, and moving towards it now. Copy. And we will have to rehook the hooks here on the shortcut handrails. Copy. And Sergey, make sure you position yourself in such a way that it's convenient for you to do the transit B antenna feeder unit operation. And Sergey 1 will be on its own. Why? And how much?
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 53 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov. To recap, the two cosmonauts spent part of the time this morning depressurizing and repressurizing and conducting leak checks to the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That all designed to verify the integrity of Poisk to be used as an airlock for future Russian spacewalks, replacing the Pirs docking compartment that has been in use since 2001 as both a docking port and an airlock for Russian EVAs. Poisk now will serve that role until the arrival next year of the multipurpose laboratory module to be launched on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The spacewalk today began at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time. Ryzhikov and Sverchkov moved a container to the Zarya module of the International Space Station, within which was a new fluid regulator component to help the flow of fluids and the plumbing system of Zarya. However, after working with a bulky bolt for some period of time, the two cosmonauts were ordered to abort that task. They could not get the container open with the replacement unit, and so they're in the process of stowing the unit back inside Poisk. The older fluid regulator unit in Zarya is still operating and working just fine. It was to be replaced with the new unit, but that task will be put off until a future date. The next task on the timeline for the crew after they stow this container will be to make their way towards the interface that you see just on the lower left-hand corner of your screen between Poisk and the Zvezda service module. They'll disconnect a telemetry antenna and reconnect it at the interface between Poisk and the service module, disconnecting it from the interface between Pirs and the Zvezda service module, that being one of the first tasks associated with the decommissioning of the the Pirs module. The Pirs docking compartment will be decommissioned, and the removal of that telemetry antenna from the interface between Pirs and Zvezda and its reconnection to the interface between Poisk and Zvezda will be the first in a series of steps that will lead to the decommissioning of Pirs that will be dismantled, unberthed, and deorbited next year in advance of the launch of the multipurpose laboratory module.
I'm moving in with my head first.
Так, а мы руки должны выдержать, Артем?
Нет, у нас по вашему докладу все чисто было, поэтому ничего протирать не надо.
Artyom, do we have to wipe anything here? No, you reported that everything was clean, so you don't have to do that. Copy.
Белый МИМ-2.
EV1 in the RM2.
Once again, as we approach the 3-hour mark into the spacewalk, that first task to replace that fluid regulator unit in the Zarya module was aborted when the cosmonauts were unable to open up the container housing the new unit, the replacement unit. They tried to pry it open, but a bulky bolt intervened, making it impossible for the cosmonauts to open. So that new unit is being reinstalled in the Poisk module in that container that you see, after which the two cosmonauts will press ahead with the other work on plan for the rest of today's spacewalk.
Yes, I did that. So I will turn off the thermal control system. Then let me hand it over to Sergey, and I will do that. Yes, you can set it to position 2, for example. Okay, stand by. I will turn off the thermal control system. Well, let it run. It does not really influence anything. So just move the switch manually. And you can just move the temperature control handle. Okay, it is set to 2. Okay, so should we bring the kit inside? Are you going to leave this hook outside here? I just attached one of them. And okay, go ahead and get the short one. Okay, so I have one. No, I mean your hooks. Okay. Okay, let me transfer the short one here, so it's not in the way. Done. I'm ready, and I'm handing it over. I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, so let me rehook it. Rehook my tether. This is hook 2. Okay, so go ahead and give it to me. Okay, I got it. So the long tether is now attached to the hook of the kit. Is that correct? No. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, let me unhook this one. I guess it would be better to unhook this instead. And put it there. Okay, got it. And the second one too. Both hooks are now secured. I guess the long one got caught up. Yes, I see it. Okay, let me go ahead and try it again. The pressurized container is inside, correct? Yes, correct. Inaudible.
Принято, да, крылок бэк берем.
Copy. Yes.
Куда его фиксируем?
Where should it be attached?
На короткий хол.
On the short tether.
Да.
Yes, exactly.
Сергей первый.
Sergey 1.
Да.
Go ahead.
Скажи, пожалуйста, у тебя
Could you please tell me,
левой рукой вот что-то, какая-то лямка, это
up
что такое?
above your left hand there is a strap. What is that?
Лямка.
A strap?
Это отпечатка.
Well, I guess
Как он правильно называется?
this is the
Силового элемента, в общем, модуля.
hull of the power module, I guess, or whatever it's called.
Лонжерона модуля. Ты имеешь в виду, что отслоилось?
Do you mean
Вот это,
it
болтает.
came off? Yes, the one that's loose.
Пластиковая на внутренней.
So the plastic overlay on the for the inner ring. Okay, copy.
Я его так разместил, зафиксировал.
So it is positioned here and secured, tethered.
Как на поручне.
The handrail here.
Если прицеплять, надо его рэпом, что ли, фиксировать? Нет.
And
Телефон будет у меня.
I guess we'll need to tether it here. Well, it should be tethered to the short tether. Well, if you get it from over here.
Подскажите сейчас, крылок бэк как застрахован?
Could you please tell us if Krylok back is tethered now? It is tethered onto the circular handrail 6024 copy.
Страховочный фал, а вторая точка
And
сейчас так.
this is 150 tether, right? And does it have a second attachment point? No, not yet.
Можно тогда
Okay, copy.
лямкой с карабином,
So you can
которая на внешней стороне
use
крылок
the
бэка,
strap on the outside of the Krylok back.
фала.
So you can use that and wrap it around your short tether. I don't think it's gonna hold it, but yes, I understand that.
Рэпом застраховать.
So we're gonna use rat to tether it.
Взять у вас смолу и...
А ты смотри,
Small one.
вот
Okay,
этой
look,
лямкой обворачиваешь
that
вокруг
strap
своего
should go around your
и цепляешь
short
за кольцо,
tether,
и тогда замкнутый контур
and then
получается.
you will attach it to the D-ring, and then after that you're gonna have a closed loop.
Круглокой-то у меня же будет,
Well, I'm gonna be holding Krylok back.
я выйду.
So Sergey is holding it now, but then I'll get out. Okay, all right. I'm going to
Да, просто
secure it
для перемещения
temporarily.
нам недостаточно.
Yes, copy. It's just that one restraint point is not sufficient. One tether point is not sufficient for translation. Okay, copy. I will do it all now.
Принято.
Copy.
Ребят, вам отдохнуть
Guys,
надо?
do you need a break?
У нас, в принципе, по циклограмме сейчас отдых после этой операции.
We have a scheduled break on the timeline now after these operations. Copy.
Принято.
So we can just proceed without any rush. Copy.
Когда второй размещается на кольцевых поручнях,
EV2 should position himself on the circular handrail of Pecho cone near plane 3, and EV1 will move to inaudible. Okay, copy. So translating now. Here is the crew log bag. Once you're out, we're going to rehook it. Okay, so move it closer towards yourself. Okay, and a bit to the other side. Okay. Your log bag is in the way. No, it's fine. So I guess you can close the MLI now, if possible. Yes, I will do it now. Let me rehook my tethers first. Okay.
Ребята, если на девятой плате лучше потом закрыть, там место очень неудобное.
It would be better to close it off a bit later because it's not really the best place for it right now. Let's proceed with transit ops. Okay. The hook is attached to this short tether of crew log bag. Say again? So,
Сергей, первый,
the
все верно. Петлю вокруг короткого фала делаем,
should be,
а карабин транспортировочного
it should go around the short tether, and the hook should be attached. The hook of the equipment tether should be attached. Okay, got it. It's attached in the wrap here for now. Okay, copy. It's looped around the short tether. Copy. Thread is unfastened. Number two is this is EV2, and I'm moving towards the circular handrails. A copy. EV1 is moving towards the handrail number 6010. Copy. 6010. And if possible, start operations with the transit cable. No, I'm saying that I'm translating over there. I'm not there yet. Say again? This is EV1, and I'm translating towards handrail 6110 or 6021. Okay, copy now. I didn't hear you first time you said it.
Так, 61.
Okay, so 6111.
Ним сразу 60-10.
Yes. And then the next one should be number 69. Okay, so did you
60-10 это лучевой
did you
снизу.
tether it somewhere?
Да.
Well, yes, the circular handrails. Okay, yes.
Так или будет вверх ногами?
So should it be like this or upside down? Well, I guess upside down would be better.
Так, зафиксировался 61-10.
Okay, so I'm tethered to 6110, the handrail 6110, and I'm now retrieving the transit from the cable bundle, so I guess we need to put a red on it.
Транзит зачекован в 4 точках.
And it is
И, соответственно, эти
locked
все чеки надо в трэшбэк убрать.
in all 4 points, and you will have to unlock it, remove the pins,
На один карабин лач смола,
and you will
большого лач смола собрать
you can use the large
все эти
small
чеки и
tether
одновременно их убирать в трэшбэк уже.
and get all of the
Спасибо за совет.
pins, locking pins using that one and move them away. Okay, copy. So let me get the hook first.
И когда будешь
And
вынимать чеку
when you will be
около разъема,
retrieving the pins,
надо
the
застраховать
connectors, you will have to also
чтобы не улетело
tether
далеко
the
никуда.
connector to make sure it does not fly off.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, а перед вытаскиванием чеки
And before
связывать не надо?
unlocking it, do I have to untie anything here?
Усилием
Or-
без разрезания.
No, you don't have to cut anything there. You just use force to pull it out. Okay, one is out. Copy.
Теперь отведи ее в другой конец карабина.
Now please move it over onto the other end of
Надевай на следующий
the hook
чеку.
a bit further, and then get it on the next locking pin. Copy.
Цепился ротом за антенну.
Okay, I snagged here on the antenna a little bit
Сергей, если чеки мешают
with my red.
то можно, в принципе,
Сергей,
брать
if
флешбэк.
locking pins are, together and they are in the way, you can put them into the crew lock bag, actually.
Тебя придержать? Поудобнее. Так, у меня есть куда мне развернуться?
So, do we have enough space here, EV2? Yes, to the right in that position,
Мне правой рукой, чтобы чеку
so that I can use my right hand in order to retrieve the locking
вытащить. Я их убираю.
pin. Okay, so the ones on the hook, I'm putting them into the bag, the trash bag. Copy.
Через 10 минут у нас наступит тень.
In 10 minutes, we'll enter eclipse.
Принято.
Copy.
Сергей, второй.
EV2,
Наблюдаешь трассу, по которой будешь переходить, и...
can you see the translation route that you will use in order to work with the cables? You know, I am with my feet towards the route right now. Well, I can see somewhere the plane 64. It's easy to translate over it, and also the cable clamps. They are quite comfortably located between 1 and 4 and 3 and 4.
Да, они находятся в
Yes, they are near the DPP panel, and the next one is panel 227, and then the next one near the panel 28. Copy.
Это карабины или это наручники кабельно-держателя?
Okay, so what kind of cable holders? They are hooks, or what kind of holders are there? Yes, they are hooks. Okay, copy. As far as I understand, they are kind of automatic.
Сергей, первый.
EV1.
Да, готов извлечь.
Yes, I'm ready to retrieve.
У меня тут крайний. Но это, по-моему, не
The nearest
фиксатор.
one, but I don't think that it is a fastener. You're talking about the locking pin? No, it is not a locking pin. Yes.
У нас на самом деле не очень сейчас видно.
No, we cannot see very clearly right now.
Выходит заделка из корпуса. Это вот с той стороны.
The cable that is coming from the DC, right?
Это под обтекателем.
It is around the nose cone, not the one where
Транзит это вот под
the transit. No, the transit
Здесь у меня справа под обтекателем.
label is behind the panel. So from the nose, from the side of the nose fairing, there is kind of a locking pin, but it has a tether connected to it. Could you try and to move camera a little bit so that we can see it?
Да, конечно.
Stand by one. I will complete my activity and then we'll try to show it to you on camera. Okay, yes, of course, we're standing by.
Три фиксатора в трэш-бэге.
Okay, so 3 locking pins are already in the trash bag.
Четвертый.
Copy. And what about pin number 4? I am actually...
Снял, это ЧК, да.
Yes, it is actually a locking pin. You were right.
Находится.
Yes, and behind the MLI flap, there is a connector there.
Убираю четвертую чеку.
Okay, this is pin locking pin number 4. Copy.
Сергей, первый.
EV1.
По-моему, на навесном оборудовании
I think on your
у него
OTA
в
one
таком положении.
red is somehow not very well secured. Yes, I can see that. It's kind of moving around.
Я при перемещении зацепился за...
While I was translating, I snagged on the antenna, so I had to go down to it. And to tell you the truth,
Хорошо, давай возьмем паузу.
You know,
И разберемся
I
с
do not know how to unsnag all this mess. Okay, so let's take a pause here, and you will be able to figure it out. Okay, so this red, where is it coming from? The one that is...
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking through the helmet camera affixed to Space Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov's Orlan spacesuit helmet. A good view of Sergei Kud-Sverchkov in the Orlan suit with the blue stripes as they work their way through the next task in today's Spacewalk menu, that being the disconnection and reconnection of a telemetry cable. The cable has linked the Zvezda service module to the Pirs docking compartment for its use as a spacewalk airlock for the past 19 years since Pirs was delivered to the International Space Station's Russian segment. That cable being disconnected and repositioned to connect at the interface between Zvezda and the Poisk module, being employed today for the first time as an airlock for future Russian spacewalks until the arrival next year and outfitting of the new multi-purpose laboratory module, the Neoka, that will launch on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Poisk's use was validated earlier today through the depressurization and repressurization and the inspection of hatch seals. The spacewalk began 3 hours 25 minutes ago at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time. The only glitch so far was the inability of the two cosmonauts to open up a container housing a new fluid regulator unit that was to have been installed in the Zarya module of the International Space Station to replace an older unit. That unit is operating normally, but was to have been replaced with a new unit. Unfortunately, the cosmonauts could not get the container open because of a bulky bolt, so that task was aborted and will be rescheduled at a later date.
Okay, so I let that one go, and I secured it. Okay, now it goes underneath here. Stand by one. Don't move much. I think, is everything fine now? Yes, it's okay now. Unintelligible. It's a very nice location. Just a minute here. About the connectors, come again, connectors. Well, let me move here. Let me turn around. Thank you so much, Sergey, too, for your assistance. Have you untangled, yes, or disentangled everything? Now I am in the area of the bundle. Copy. So now you will have to unfasten the controller and hand it over, connector, correction, and hand it over to EV2. Copy in work. Unintelligible. The connector is beneath the bundle, right? Behind the reflector. Yes, that's correct. It's where you removed the last locking pin. Copy. The last locking pin actually was left on the connector itself. Yes, that's right. What about the bundle? How rigid is it? I don't think it is very rigid. Copy. Well, it actually is quite flexible, although a lot of time passed, but it is still flexible. Okay, copy. Sergey, the connector should be somewhere in the area of your right hand. Yes, I can see it, actually. Can I retrieve it? Yes, it's a go. Retrieve the connector and the cable bundle also, and hand it over to EV2. Standby one. First, I have to retrieve the locking pin. So I removed the hook here. Will you be able to reach it from here? EV1? Unintelligible. Success? Unintelligible. So I will sew this locking pin. So I retrieved the locking pin, and it is now in the fresh bag. And I am retrieving the connector. The connector is out. Unintelligible. Yes, have you secured it? Unintelligible. Okay, so it's for the cutter, or I don't know. Yes, from that side. Yes, it is. Secure it here with thread.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view from a balcony camera overlooking the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, where Russian flight controllers are watching the work of Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov outside of the Poisk module airlock of the International Space Station. They're currently working to disconnect a telemetry cable that is mated between the Zvezda service module, which is the telemetry and nerve center for the Russian segment of the station, and the Pirs docking compartment, which has been used in the past as the airlock from which Russian spacewalks have been staged, and to reconnect it to a similar interface panel between Zvezda and the Poisk module, which now is in play as the new airlock for Russian spacewalks. An earlier task to replace an older fluid regulator unit on the Zarya module of the station with a new unit was not accomplished because the crew could not open up the container housing the new fluid regulator unit. They tried to pry the container open, but a bulky bolt would not cooperate, and the Russian flight controllers aborted that task. The container with the new unit was brought back inside the Poisk module, and that task will be undertaken at a later date. The older unit is working fine and is in support of fluid flow in the Zarya module, but the task to replace it with a new unit was not accomplished earlier today during the spacewalk.
EV2, I suggest you translate towards plane number 1 until the panel 28, and EV1 will be following you, and we'll use the cable holder. Well, actually, I am near the panel 28 already. Copy. There is this shortcut handrail. I will jump over it. Yes, it's a gap spanner. Goes to PHO. Yes, you have to go over it. Yes, it is done. I can see platform number 7. Well, let me see what will be the best way to work with it. EV2 stop for a while. First, EV1 is catching up with you. Actually, I can work with the cable on the platform 28. The cable is long enough. Yeah, but first pull it so that it is tight. Okay, I have an issue with the ratchet wrench on the cable holder. EV1 is near the cable holder of MRM2 right now, Moscow. Copy, now we understand.
Там не надо подвязывать, у нас там задел.
You don't have to tie anything up. You can secure it on SM right away, correct? Yes. You can secure it on SM right away. Copy, so I will secure it back.
Ну, если
Tighten it again.
то можно и убрать, но это было не...
Well, if you have unfastened it, actually you could have retrieved it. But I've already retightened it. Okay.
The view from the helmet camera of Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, a native of Baikonur, Kazakhstan, as the International Space Station flies 260 statute miles over northern Kazakhstan at this hour. Kud-Sverchkov and Sergei Ryzhikov, the station commander, now approaching the 3-hour, 40-minute mark into today's spacewalk as they continue to reposition a telemetry cable that is being removed from the interface between the Zvezda and Pirs modules for its reconnection to a similar interface panel that will connect it to the Poisk Zvezda service module interface.
And we will switch tethers and then we will try to pass it to each other. So stand by one. So that it is possible to reach. Yes, it is at your own discretion. Of course, you know, it is too dark to see. Oh, by the way, stand by one. Stand by one. I will have a better look here because there is one thing that might help. So this connector, Artyom, this transit connector, is it under a separate flap or some other flap? The transit connector is beneath the separate flap because there are two connectors, a high frequency, as far as I understand. Each of them is under a separate flap.
Да, там два высокочастотных.
Yes, there are two high-frequency connectors. So which one of them? The one that is closer to plane 4?
Сейчас, секунду. Там на нем маркировки ты не наблюдаешь?
You do not see any labeling on it. There are no labeling on flaps. There is two Roman figure there, but you know, it's the access is so uncomfortable. I just won't be able to reach to it. And what about the patch panel? Look at the patch panel. There should be PPP72 in paint. This marking should be there. Okay, let me see whether I can do it at all, because I cannot reach here at all.
Сейчас можешь повторить, пожалуйста, про этот разъем, потому что помехи большие и сложно разобрать.
Can you repeat the information about the connector. I'm trying to get to those flaps. No, Joy. Cannot get to them as yet. I can reach with my hand, but it is not enough to work with them. Okay, let me try from the other side. Okay, I have secured myself. Inaudible. On the circular handrail of the SM, I'm tethered now. It's EV1.
Повтори, пожалуйста, про кольцевые поручни СМ.
Come again about the circular handrail. It's a plane 3 on the cable holder of the circular handrail. I have tethered, and I am now moving towards EV2.
Хорошо, принято. Перемещайся дальше в сторону.
Copy. Proceed. Translating towards EV2.
Ребят, сейчас будет короткий перерыв связи.
Guys, there will be short dropout in comm. Copy.
Отлично. Там есть место.
All right, that's great.
Запас.
Unintelligible.
В общем, скорее всего, мне придется через СО.
All right, most likely I will have to go from the side of the DC-1. I can't really reach it like this. Okay, guys, we are not receiving any video. Could you just tell us and report what's going on? Sergey is approaching me. He's moving in my direction. And We are attaching it with the cables.
Ну, хотя бы здесь
So
более много пролетов без фиксации получается.
so that we could
Начально
secure it well.
У меня
I have a suggestion, guys.
первоначально его доведем до,
Let's first
а потом уже
get it as close to the connector as possible and only then attach it. That's a no-go.
хотя контакт, да. Беру подпорочный.
All right.
Натянутом состоянии мешать не будет.
We'll attach it to the handrail and it shouldn't be in the way.
ребят, нам специалисты
Our specialists are telling us
работает в полном
that
объеме.
the old panel is working fine. Oh, that's good news. With some change.
Так, вот здесь вот
10.
главное, чтобы он дотянулся.
We need to pull it up.
Натянут, да?
Is it tight? Yes.
Достанет он до туда. Может, и не надо было его здесь заводить?
Maybe we didn't need to run it through here.
По-другому никак вообще.
Although I don't think there is a different option.
Кабельный держатель-то надо. Я думаю, так бы он дотянулся бы.
Maybe we could have reached it like this.
Если не дотянется, то будет очень обидно. Тогда рассекируем держателя.
Well,
Давай попробуем рассекировать.
if we can't reach, maybe that's then we will just disconnect the.
Не внизу, а вот сверху.
Disconnect it.
Хорошо, давай.
Okay, and maybe we can like the clamps, and then maybe we can move it up a little bit.
Взял.
Okay, I got it.
Все, давай заведем, а потом...
All right, let's move it here.
Так, и получается тебе надо сместиться туда,
And you need to move as much as possible forward.
потому что по-другому...
And I will move to DC1 as far as possible as where?
Они заканчиваются. Так, а мы тут когда...
Over there. So,
Сейчас я уйду. Я сейчас...
and you'll be walking over there? Yes, that's what I'm doing.
По-другому... Никак. Ну вот.
There we go.
Ребят, как меня слышно?
Guys, how do you copy?
Хорошо. Слышно?
Pretty well.
Так, а здесь я не перескочу.
And I won't be able to hop over this one here,
Сейчас
probably.
попробую. Серега, подожди, не иди пока.
Sergey, stand by. Don't move right now.
Дотянусь, не дотянусь.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach.
Не дотянусь. Поближе надо.
I need to be a little bit closer.
Якорь, помощь, рассматривали.
Well, maybe the anchor can be of some help.
Потом якорь на ВУ.
And then the anchor is going to be here.
Якорь.
Right, that's where we have the anchor.
Второй перешел на ВУСО.
And EV2 is on DC1,
Принято.
so that's unintelligible.
Получается, мне в этот колодец надо со стороны стрелы туда идти.
All right, I will have to get to that position from the side of the boom.
Принято.
You want to move along the boom? No, from the side of the boom.
Там место с моей стороны не пройдешь?
Would you not be able to get through on my side? No, my head doesn't fit.
Хорошо, попробуй.
Do you think... let me do it.
ФП-7, правильно? Ну, ФП-7.
So FP7,
Сама плата.
right? Yes, FP7, not the plate itself. From that side, do you see the
Достаешь туда? Нет.
connectors?
Как бы мне надо еще посмотреть, что на них написано.
Do you think they're marked?
Я только до клапана вот достаю.
I'm only reaching to the
Клапан открыл.
MLI flap. I opened it, but that's as far as I can get. I can't reach the connectors.
Ну, это у нее обычное состояние.
So I should probably move to the boom.
Тогда я перехожу на стрелу.
Right, I'm moving to the boom.
Но длины хватит.
I think I will reach it.
Так. Транспортировочное устройство.
So I am secured.
Вот так.
Copy.
Вторым карабином.
I am secured with the second hook.
Потихоньку.
All right. No rush here.
Ага. Понятно.
Okay, I get it.
Ой-ой-ой.
Ребят, до конца тени осталось
Guys,
буквально пару минут. А, уже светает.
just a couple of minutes till the sun comes out.
Идет так. Решен на кольцевой поручень.
Right. That ring handrail,
Транспортировочное устройство.
circular handrail.
Дальше развернуться сейчас.
And now I need to turn around to actually do something.
Так.
Okay.
Посмотри, пожалуйста, чтобы я ничего
Sergey, could you please check that I'm not getting caught on anything and I'm not breaking anything here?
так вот. Вот так вот. Так вот.
Right. Like so.
Где второй? О, первый.
Okay, EV1.
Я понимаю, то как раз ты находишься в зоне антенны.
Do I understand you correctly that you are somewhere near the antenna?
Да, поаккуратней там.
Just be careful there, all right?
Хорошо принято.
Copy. Of course.
У меня я ничего не там не...
Could you make sure that I'm not trampling over anything here?
Просто я вижу перед собой. Нет, все нормально у тебя.
No, you're fine.
Перед собой.
Just that I see.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 2 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. They continue to work in the neighborhood of the Poisk module of the International Space Station,
4 hours, guys.
having disconnected
Copy.
a telemetry cable from the interface between the Zvezda service module, which is the telemetry center for the Russian segment, and the Pirs docking compartment, which is now in the early stages of being decommissioned in favor of the interim use of Poisk as an airlock for Russian spacewalks, and of course will be replaced as a spacewalk venue once the new multi-purpose laboratory module is launched next year by the Russians.
7-2. That's the name of the connector.
The telemetry cable was disconnected from the interface panel between Zvezda and Pirs and is in the process of being reconnected to a similar panel to the Poisk module.
So, FFP 7-.
This activity coming in the wake of the cosmonauts' inability to open up a container housing a new fluid flow regulator that had been earmarked for installation in the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The two cosmonauts tried to unbolt the lid to the container and were unable to do so. The old fluid flow regulator is operating just fine inside the Zarya module, no problem there. So no urgency to get this task done. The original task, the first of the tasks in today's lineup of activities for the two cosmonauts outside. As you look at the view from the helmet camera of Space Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov, that fluid flow regulator replacement will be earmarked for a future spacewalk by the Russian side.
Cable connector.
After this telemetry cable is connected between Zvezda and Poisk, Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov will take a look at the rest of the tasks on the plan for today and will provide additional words to the cosmonauts about how far we plan to get with the rest of today's spacewalk activity.
Well, as far as I understand, the tag, the original tag, is on DC-1. Okay, the best way to do it is to move it as far as possible away so that the cable would have been a little bit tight, and then attach it with a wire tie underneath of the handrails so that we don't have any off-nominal situations later. Of course.
Спасибо. Так, есть такое дело.
All right, we got it.
Ты бы мог мне широко передать? Я бы здесь его привязал.
Can you tie it up here?
Дотянет.
Well, it will be tight.
Ты этот возьми.
That's all.
Давай. Ага.
Okay.
Может это? Все-таки сейчас привяжу быстренько. Ну давай.
Let me tie this down real quick. Okay, fine.
Так. Улетела.
It kind of escaped me.
Так, кабель транзит СО1
All right, the cable, the transit cable for DC-1 has been attached to DC-1.
вижу, но прямо надпись какая энергия. Там, где ты...
Right underneath the RSC Energear sign, the logo.
Так,
We copy, thank you. And
готовим состыковать. Разъем 82.
okay, we have the connector,
Отдал, увязал.
FS72. All right, here we go. Got it.
Хватает длины?
Is it long enough?
Разъем осмотрен, чистим.
All right, I have checked out the connector. And there is no damage, and it's clear of any FOD.
Вот здесь уже натянут.
All right, it's tight here.
Так, разъем.
Okay, we have the connector.
Разъем 7.2 состыкован с разъемом 7.2, да?
All right, so the connector FF7-2 is connected to 7-2. So we have the connector,
Принято. Сергей,
and we have it covered up.
тогда к тебе просьба поснимать фиксирующую плату и
All
обстановку
right,
вокруг.
Sergey, please
Сергей первый,
remove
тебе
the plate,
просьба
the connector
подвязать кабель,
patch
если это
panel.
где-то необходимо сделать.
Он
And
заведен в два кабельных.
move the cable and secure it if possible. Well, the cable is secured with 2 cable holders.
Один на поручне 22-42,
So,
ЗПП
Полностью
27,
датчика.
and one is
второй
should
около
be
панели 28.
near panel 28.
Так точно. Да.
It is there.
Нигде
They are
слабина не
there.
провисает, нет желания
So
подвязать его.
they are tight everywhere, right?
Нет, мы его в натяг практически
You
стыковали.
don't need to tighten it or anything?
Принято. Тогда Сергей
No, we don't. It's really tight.
выходное устройство.
Okay, then, Sergey,
Принял.
translate to EVA ladder.
Включил.
Copy.
Пытаюсь снять достаточно ограниченное пространство, раз. Во-вторых,
Okay, I have the camera on. I'm trying to
клапаны в ТИО.
get some video for you, but the MLI flap is curling up, so it's not an easy task.
Просто вот так вот.
Хорошо, Сергей, ну как получится снять, так получится.
Сергей?
Нам важно, в принципе, кадры, что кабель
Whatever you can do,
стыковал и зафиксировал проволочным фиксатором.
just make sure
Механически не состыкован с СМом, хотя и видели,
it is secured with the wire tie.
но хотелось бы это заснять.
It would be great if you could
Хорошо.
record the video for it. Okay.
Ребят, как
And
самочувствие?
how are you guys?
Несколько минут перед следующей работой.
Do you need any help before the next activity? Do you need a break before the next activity?
Не надо пока.
No,
Я плавно перемещаюсь.
I am translating.
Тогда
Copy.
переходим к устройству, к СНП 407.
All right, then move on to SNP 407.
Закрываю FT. Разъем.
All right, we are closing the
Не просто здесь сделать.
MLI
Крышки.
and the connector with the MLI.
Заглушки, потому что двуручный оператор.
The caps.
Тяжеловато двумя руками влезть.
It's a little bit difficult.
Еще, пожалуйста, отвлеклись.
Come again? We didn't quite copy.
Говорю, заглушки на разъем.
I'm just saying that the caps
Не стал
for
стыковать.
the connector, I did not
Тяжеловато достать.
connected them because it's a little bit difficult to
Хорошо,
get to
никаких
them.
проблем с этим нет.
That is fine. It's not a problem.
Закрываю клапан.
All right, I am closing the flap here.
Принято.
Copy.
И, Сергей, второй, после того, как закончил, переходи тоже к кронштейну соединения.
Sergey, once you are done, please move over to the brackets with the connectors too. I copy. I'm still fighting with that. Flap. And I have moved over to the CVA ladder. Do you see that bracket? Yes, I do see it.
Фал транспортировочный на них висит, да?
And the transportation tether is attached there. Is that right? Yes, it is there. Copy.
Да, тогда надо застраховать будет.
Then, please secure it with your
Приступать к демонтажу.
tether and start with the disassembly. Copy.
Закончил с
I am done with
клапаном. Сейчас еще
the flap.
отсниму разъем, который зафиксировал.
And I'm going to attach the secured connector to it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 16 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. They have now completed the task of repositioning a telemetry cable that was hooked up to a interface panel between the Piers docking compartment and the Zvezda service module that was disconnected and then relocated to a similar interface panel with the Poisk module from which today's spacewalk was conducted, the first time that Poisk has been used as an airlock for Russian spacewalks. An earlier task to replace a fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module of the International Space Station could not be completed because the container housing a new unit could not be opened, and so the old fluid flow regulator unit remains in play in the Zarya module, operating fine. The task to replace it with a new unit will be deferred to a future date.
Remove now.
The Russian side is estimating about 6 hours for today's spacewalk, so the two cosmonauts will now press on to the next task, that being the removal of a connector assembly housing some material science experiments from the exterior of the Piers docking compartment to be brought back inside for later analysis. So the two cosmonauts continue to press ahead, now having completed the relocation of that telemetry cable from the Piers docking compartment to the Poisk module.
Ребят,
Зафиксировал под этим.
Okay, it is now attached, secured.
ребят, меня слышно?
Okay, guys, do you read me?
Да, слышно, все?
Yes, we do.
Принято решение, мы идем на агрегатный отсек.
We made a decision to move over towards the
Принято. Принято.
aft side. Copy.
Так, при помощи транспортировочного устройства перешел на
Okay, I'm using the translation aid and I'm moving over
и двигаюсь по ним.
to the nadir part and I keep translating over to the side.
выходного устройства.
Принято.
Copy.
Установил щетку.
Ratchet wrench installed.
Принято.
Copy.
Замок фиксации.
Opening the latch. Copy.
Здесь открутил полностью, снял.
It is unfastened fully and removed.
Принято.
Copy.
Теперь надо застраховать в крылок-бэге.
And now you'll need to tether it to pre-lock bag. Throw it away. I'm standing by for Sergey, and I'm here already, close to you.
Все, перескочил.
Okay, so let me move over.
Так. Так, я на выходном устройстве. Принято. Готов.
And I'm on the EVA ladder.
Надо открыть крылок бэк.
Copy. I'm ready to open the pre-lock bag, okay?
Открываю.
I'm opening it now.
Попробуем. Вот с одной стороны влезет он. Интересно. Да, попробуем.
Do you think it's gonna fit on that side?
Очко может влезет.
No, maybe it will fit if we go from the side of the handle. Okay, got that.
Да, большой.
Yes, it is quite big.
Большой, да, и
Yes, it is big.
вот в этом
So should we use the rat?
Травушина.
Do you see the lug here?
Есть запить.
The eyelet, so we can
Сейчас попробую.
hook onto it. Okay, let me try it.
Ребят, если не получается
Okay, guys,
внутрь,
and
тогда
if
подвяжите
you can't
проволочным фиксатором.
put it inside, then
одну точку,
please attach the wire tie
а
to one
вторая
of the
точка
tether
будет,
points,
фал
and then
транспортировочный.
the second point will be your rat.
Зафиксировали ретом.
It is secured with the rat from Krylok bag.
Принято.
Copy.
Попробуем завести.
We're gonna try to put it in.
Давай,
Okay.
прицепить его на поручень, что ли.
Okay,
На ушко, она...
we need to attach it to the handrail itself, not just the
Потом
eyelet.
придется доставать импакт. Может быть, его
We'll have to retrieve the impact tray later on. So should we put it all the way inside then, if it's easier? Well,
Как сказать? В теории все.
relative. I guess it sounds good in theory. Okay,
наблюдаем эту
copy
картину.
that. And
Если
we are
Если
watching you guys.
не получится это убрать,
If you can't restore it
то
quickly,
все-таки его
if
подвязать
it's
снаружи.
difficult, then you're gonna have to secure it outside.
Нет, берем.
Okay, so get that.
Сейчас вытащу рукой.
Oh.
Мне все равно вытаскивать импакт и он... Да. Сейчас, подожди, ты уже так хочешь? Ну да.
Okay, stand by, wait. Is it where you want to move it? Yeah.
Да, добро. Импакт вывести, что ли? Да, вывел.
Let's try to get the impact tray out.
Надо на это время терять,
Guys, you don't have to
потому что
waste
когда
time
будем работать с импактом,
on it
то
right
опять
now,
это все выльется.
because we're gonna have to go back to it once we'll move on to the impact tray operation, and we need to save time right now to make sure that you have energy to move over towards the SMF side. Copy.
Тогда, смотрите, кронштейны с соединителями.
And the brackets,
Один
the
карабин
connectors,
застрахован, пускай
so
будет
one hook should
на
be
свой короткий фал,
attached
а вторая точка фиксации
on the a short tether, and then the second attachment point is that you will have to attach a wire tie to a crew box. This is for Sergei 1.
Как слышно, был перерыв.
Did you copy? We had a quick LOS. Artem, SNP is inside, and the kids are inside and tethered in the same manner. One is attached to crew bag red, and the other one that's going outside and on towards the handle. So when we were LOS, you managed to put it all inside, correct? Yes. Okay, copy. That's good. Okay, guys, in that case, take a break now. Take a few minutes to rest because it's been intense and you didn't take any breaks. And I'm going to give you the big picture regarding your further operations. Okay, we are ready to copy. So right now, you will move over towards the impact tray, and we will not do the window 8 operations during this EVA. If time allows, at the end, we're going to clean the window of EV hatch of MRM2. And right now, you'll move on to impact operations. You will remove it, and then you will take photos of gasoline plume deflectors, and you will translate back through plane 3 of the small diameter towards MRM. Copy. Okay, on my go, you will start the translating over there, and please take 2 to 3 minutes now to rest. Copy. So we're going to use the EVA ladder and move over towards the SM, translating along the handrails. That's correct. And you will be moving along SM plane 1, between planes 1 and 4. Copy. EV2 has begun translation. No, please stand by. Stand down. Please take time to rest. Copy. Resting now.
Сергей Николаевич, Сергей Владимирович, группе медицинского обеспечения.
Sergei 1 and Sergei 2, this is medical support team. Yes, go ahead.
Как вы себя чувствуете?
How are you feeling, guys?
Первый чувствую себя хорошо.
EV1 is feeling well. EV2 is feeling well too. How about the temperature? Sergei 2, are you still feeling hot or not? No, it's comfortable temperature. I don't think that it's hot right now. Okay. Thank you very much for your report. Take 1 more minute to rest, and then you will proceed on my go. Copy.
Сергей, первое, покажи, пожалуйста,
Sergei 1,
камеру крылок Б поближе.
could you please show us pre-look back through your helmet cam? I want to see the configuration of the brackets there.
Видно?
Can you see it?
Картинка с небольшой задержкой идет.
The video is lagging. Could you please move up and closer?
Нет, к сожалению, на этой картинке не
Well,
разобрать,
unfortunately,
как фиксировано.
I can see how exactly it is tethered,
Планшету
but
Impact 2.
as far as I understand it from your reports, it is done in a similar way as Impact 2 tray. Yes, correct. The hook is attached onto the handle, and we look back. Okay, copy, and please start translating now. Who's going to go first? And, well,
this is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 4.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, with about another hour and a half worth of work on tap for the two cosmonauts outside the Russian segment. This being the first spacewalk conducted out of the Poisk module, which was delivered to the station 11 years ago. The cosmonauts completed the relocation of a telemetry cable connecting Pirs to the Pirs docking compartment, which has been the spacewalking venue for all Russian spacewalks out of the station since its delivery to the complex back in 2001. That telemetry cable was disconnected between Pirs and the Zvezda service module and reconnected to the Poisk module, this being the first in a series of steps that will ultimately decommission Pirs and enable it to be deorbited next year in favor of the new Russian multipurpose laboratory module that will be launched on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Next up will be the two cosmonauts moving in the vicinity of Zvezda to remove and replace a tray of witness plates collecting data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Okay, I'm gonna look what works better. Okay. There is a foot restraint here as well, yes. So I'm gonna be rehooking my tether and translating like this. Yes.
Это точно не надо делать.
And please don't break this. Yes, you don't need to do that for sure.
Once again, the two cosmonauts spent quite a bit of time validating the integrity of the Poisk module as a base for conducting spacewalks out of the Russian segment, as they depressurized and repressurized the airlock, inspected the hatch seals on Poisk, which has been used throughout the years as a docking port and now is fully certified to be able to support Russian spacewalks, the first of which is in progress by Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov. Once outside, the spacewalk having begun at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, the two cosmonauts set up their equipment and moved a container housing a new fluid regulator system that was to have been installed in the Zarya module, the first element launched to the International Space Station back on November 20th, 1998, almost 22 years ago to the day. Unfortunately, the two cosmonauts could not open up the lid to the container housing the replacement fluid regulator, and so the old regulator remains in place in Zarya, functioning fine, no problem. The task of replacing it with a newer unit put off until a future spacewalk. The two cosmonauts then repositioned a telemetry cable connecting the Pirs docking compartment to the Zvezda service module and reconnecting it to a patch panel that enables telemetry to flow between Zvezda and the Poisk module now in service as a Russian airlock. Next up for the two cosmonauts, a short trip down to Zvezda, where they will remove and replace a witness plate that has collected data on impacts by micrometeoroids on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
EV2 has translated on the handrail, copy. This is EV1, and then next to the cone cover. Copy. Keep translating. Am I going to translate over there, and the thrusters are inhibited, correct? Yes, you have my go. Copy.
Так. По ТПП, как порекомендуете пройти?
And what is your recommendation? How should I
Там стороной немножко надо обходить.
move there?
Поручень. От поручня.
There is a gap spanner there next to handrail 24 inaudible. And then you will be translating over to handrail 2541 and 2511.
This view from an external camera on the International Space Station showing Sergei Sverchkov at the 4-hour, 38-minute mark into today's spacewalk, which is the first for him and Space Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov. The two cosmonauts have made their way back to the large diameter, as it's called, of the Zvezda service module to conduct an inspection back there, take photographs of the surfaces on several of the planes of the service module, and to swap out a tray of witness plates that has collected data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the International Space Station's Russian segment. The cosmonauts repositioned a telemetry cable that connected the Pirs docking compartment, the original spacewalking airlock for Russian EVAs from the International Space Station. That cable connected Pirs to the Zvezda service module. It was disconnected and reconnected to a patch panel that now enables the Poisk module to be fully functional as a Russian airlock in concert with telemetry that flows between Poisk and the Zvezda service module. One task that could not be completed was the replacement of a fluid flow unit in the Zarya module because the container in which a new unit was housed could not be opened by the cosmonauts. The new unit brought back inside Poisk. It will be used for a future spacewalk. The current fluid flow regulator unit in Zarya is working fine, so no impact to Russian operations.
This is EV2, and I'm also in the large diameter area. Copy. And I'm trying to inspect the PRK area. There is an interesting patch right above the word Zvezda, and it's dark in color. I can't really see much. This is nominal. This is standard. Okay, I got that. But what I mean is that the area next to the fracture. Sergey, look, if you're referring to the fracture, we have the following recommendations for you. Please translate to the black handrails, and please locate yourself next to handrail 2646. And the assumed fracture location should be above GGU along plane 4. So we have the following recommendation for you. Move over to handrail 2646 activate Glister camera, and please film this area as much as you can, and you have not more than 5 minutes to complete this.
Принято.
Copy.
При этом страховаться и переходить выше к четвертой
And
плоскости не надо.
at the same time, you don't need to tether yourself and move over to plane 4. Copy.
The two cosmonauts, while back in the vicinity of the large diameter, as it's called, of the Zvezda service module, retrieved a connector bracket
И агрегат
tray that houses some material science samples.
следить
And again, now, while they're taking photographs of the aft end of the service module,
Surface.
are in the process of retrieving a couple of trays of material science experiments, as well as
Move the
a
ramp.
tray of experiments called Impact, which collects data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the Russian segment of the station.
4-6.
принято.
Copy.
Включай глиссер.
Activating Glister camera.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, включена камера.
The camera is on.
Сэр, толкни меня, пожалуйста.
Sergey, could you please push me backwards? Well, I first need to reach to you. Stand by one.
Все ровно, ничего вроде не перекрутилось.
You know, the most important is that it doesn't kink.
Выполняю съемку.
Okay, I am performing the video shooting with the camera. I will be holding you.
Прицепи на проводе, чтобы ее удобно взять. Она на велкро, потому что... Да, она на велкро прицепилась.
Yeah, you know, it's Velcro here, and it got attached,
Крепкая.
and it's very tightly attached, very good Velcro.
This view from Sergei Ryzhikov's helmet camera as the space station flies 260 miles over the Amazon, just south of Manaus, Brazil, moving from southwest to northeast. 4 hours, 46 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Подожди, я тебя подведу повыше.
Sergey, please, I'm waiting for you to push me a little bit.
Максимум, наверное. Да.
Well, let me translate a little bit higher. Okay, so will you be able to do the shoot? Yes, I am actually taking video right now.
В районе вот этой панели,
In the area of this panel,
то ли это от старости,
А
то ли
вы
Moscow,
чего-то.
it is rather some remnants of
надо
old something.
снимать чуть выше
You
буквы.
you have
Первой
to
буквы
shoot
«З».
a little bit higher than the first letter Z.
Первый буквы, понял.
Okay, the first letter,
Это максимум.
the first
Где-то
letter.
в районе вот этой первой буквы «З», может быть, чуть повыше.
Somewhere in the area of this first letter Z, or maybe a little bit higher, but it's just approximate estimation.
За антенной я лично
So behind the
ничего не наблюдаю.
antenna, you know, I do not see anything suspicious here.
Сергей, а как, что если... Не надо было карабины местами поменять.
So I should have
Коробки мы...
changed out my hooks,
Ну да.
should change them places, but yeah, you need time for that.
Давайте
Okay,
продолжим.
guys, so let us continue. The time is up.
Включай камеру.
I am deactivating the camera.
Принято.
Copy.
Не, работает. Подольше, да?
Should I just hold little bit longer so that it deactivates. Now it is off.
Принято.
Copy.
Переходим на первую плоскость
So go to
агрегатного отсека.
plane number 1 of AO, assembly compartments.
Первый
EV1
в районе
is in the area
ГЗУ.
of GZU, plume deflector.
Поручни
The handrail
13.
2613, 2614.
Принято.
Copy.
Переходи тогда дальше на 2615 и 2616.
Please proceed to 2615 and 16,
Это место станет.
and EV2 will replace you at your current location. So I will have to demate the crew log back from the short tether. Yes, that's correct. Let's do the change out, Sergey, swap.
Так, мне надо
And this is Sergey 2.
короткий поближе, да? Да, короткий поближе.
I have to work with the short tether and make it closer here. Yes, that's correct.
Так.
All right. Stand by 1.
Так, вот фал. Ага.
Here is the tether with the red.
С какой стороны он тут?
Okay, let me see from which side it is coming out here. Yes, hold the tether itself.
Так. И как правильно протокол совместить?
No, we have to do it just right.
Мне же надо короткий сюда зацепить, длинный туда.
I need,
Перейти.
to first use the short one, then the long one.
Крылок бэк на
Okay, the crew log bag
второго.
is on EV2.
Перестраховать.
Sergey, can you
Принято.
switch tether here? Maybe you should move with your feet in the different direction.
То есть ногами
You mean
на 180 развернул, чтобы ногами...
just turn 180 degrees?
Артем говорил, что сверху.
Yes, I understand, but Artyom was telling us that the handrail is somewhere from
Я там не дотянусь с той стороны до поручня.
the upper side, because I won't be able to reach the handrail from that side.
Переносить потом.
Unintelligible.
Не надо, длинный я сейчас...
You know, you don't need to take the long one, because I'm holding it with my left hand and am
Ну, знает поручень, мне длинный.
transferring it.
Хорошо. Так, я что-то не понял. У меня в глазах резь такая.
You know, something is in my eyes. I cannot understand anything. I cannot see very clearly. Will you be able to reach it here? Yes, I think so.
Тебе короткий мешать.
You know, the short one is in the way here to it prevents you from reaching out. You know, there is is it the handrail here or what is it? Probably not. 2713. It's a handrail, right? Artyom.
Сейчас, секунду.
Stand by one, guys. Next to the unit 12. 2713. You on the edge, you mean? Yes, that's right.
Да, это поручень, за него.
Yes, it is a handrail and you can secure the tether there. Okay, sounds good.
Рядом с ним еще 2712.
There is 2712 next to it, and I think it's like Baba pole. It's not very easy to hop over it here. Unintelligible. Well, it is too short. In 6 minutes, guys, we will enter the eclipse.
Я, конечно, сомневаюсь, что удастся. Не зацепив.
You know, I'm not sure I will be able to secure myself here. Okay, so I have completed this maneuver. Now, the short one should be transferred. No, Sergei, too, doesn't have to be transferred. So that's great. So what we do now? We are, first of all, guys, you remove the first impact tray for this purpose. Before that, you will have to secure it so it doesn't flow away. Should we use red for this? Yes, exactly. Red tether should be secured to the impact tray that you will have to remove later. Maybe I should switch the hooks and the short one with the hook make it closer. So that's I think I should rehook here. So when you start retrieving the protective cover, you also will have to secure it with the red. And then you will have to also use the reds from Krulok bag. Okay, copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov on the left with the Orlan suit and the red stripes, and Sergei Sverchkov on the right with the blue stripes, have just retrieved a witness plate from the exterior of the Zvezda service module that has measured and collected data on micrometeoroid impacts on the surface of the Russian segment of the station. The two cosmonauts are on the home stretch of today's spacewalk that began at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, repositioning a telemetry cable that connected the Piers docking compartment with the Zvezda service module to a similar connection point that now links the Poisk module being used today for the first time as a spacewalking airlock to Zvezda. The two cosmonauts also retrieved a collection plate of material science experiments that have been working on the outside of the Zvezda service module. Were unable earlier in the EVA to replace a fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module of the International Space Station because they were unable to open up the container housing a replacement unit. So that was brought back inside the Poisk module airlock. It will be assessed and that task rescheduled for a later spacewalk. No impact to the operation of the Zarya module.
Can I remove the old tray? No, not stop. You have to first put the protective cover on it before removing. Okay, let me retrieve the cover. Here you go. A little bit closer. Yes, I have it. It is on red. Yes. That's why it was not very easy for me to give it to you. Okay. No, don't let it go. I'm holding it. Okay, I have it on. Great. So I will put a little bit more slack in here. That's great. Before you install the cover, you should check that the latch is in the position open. Guys, this is Moscow. The latch is in the open position. Copy. Now install the protective cover on the impact. Okay, so I've secured it with a Velcro and covered. Copy. Now you will have to remove the impact tray number 1. First of all, untie the wire tie. In work.
Сергей, подскажи, пожалуйста, этот проволочный фиксатор...
Sергei, this wire tie, is it tied to the handrail of the impact itself or to the handrail of GAZO? It is tied to GAZO... No, correction, to the handrail of the impact tray. Copy. Then do not remove it, please, but just leave it on the plate on the tray. Okay, copy. So it is secured with red, and also we use the wing nut.
Принято. У нас сейчас две точки фиксации.
Now you have two contact points, one on the cover, and the second is with the red to the impact handrail. Yes, I confirm two contact points. Now you can work with the ratchet wrench, working with the wing nut.
Ребят, общее время за бортом 5 часов 2 минуты.
Guys, you've been outside for 5 hours and 2 minutes. Copy. Got it?
Мне подсказывают, это не время за бортом, надо сказать, а время ВКД.
Well, you know, they prompted him here. It's not the outside time. It is the total EVA time. Copy.
Теперь можно зафиксировать.
Now you can secure it here, Sergey.
Так, я тебя поднял, да? Да.
Okay, here, inaudible. I am removing it.
Зачем мы его оставляем? Так, мы же его... А как будем транспортировать, Артем?
So how are we going to carry it, Artem? With the use of the tether from the impact itself, and the second contact point will be to the crew lock bag. So there is the fastener there. So right now I have to tie it with a wire fastener. Yes. Right now impact is removed and is on red right now.
На данный момент фиксацию оставьте.
Okay, currently leave it.
Предлагаю сейчас оставить фиксацию это.
It's not a good way to do it.
Лучше сразу организовать где-нибудь, да?
You know, it's not a good option to leave it on two reds.
Я хотел,
I wanted to tell you guys so that to install the new impact, and then the equipment tether will be available for the third contact point. I agree. It is close here somewhere. Okay, so let's retrieve the new impact. It is secured. Yes. Exactly how the old one is secured. The tether should be unraveled. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It is not tight. No. Unintelligible. Artem?
Связи.
Go ahead.
Связи.
On the gazoo handrail. There is the red mark on the right hand side. Next to it, the old impact was installed. So should we install it at the same location or in the center? Yeah, please install it to the location where the previous impact was.
15 сантиметров от края.
15 centimeters from the edge. It's about the width of a hand. Okay. Now I understand. Yes, it will be tight here. All right, let's try with the tether here. Okay, it's okay. Don't be in a hurry. Sergey, you know, I have to use red, but it is too tight. You know, so your fingers are inside the button here. Beware that I can actually reach with it to you. Okay, stand by one. I will try to use the swing arm here. Gosh. Try to use your left hand.
Ребят, небольшой перерыв связи был.
Guys, there will be short com dropout. We are trying to install the impact. Attempts are continuing, trying to position ourselves in such a way so that we can do it. Once I retrieve it and no joy. So this extension here, you know, it has to be in the open position. So you hold it and I will try to move it, orient it so that it can be installed. No, not that way. What, like this way? This is better. Also a bit closer. Now you can pull it. Is it open? Yes, it is unfastened. And you know, it is. It can be installed on the handrail now in this configuration. And this thingy, it is lifted here.
Можно поднять поручень ГЗУ и на поднятый поручень
You can lift
планшет.
the gazoo handrail, guys, and you can try to install it on the lifted handrail. Well, it's just one of the simplest operations. Somehow, you know, something is preventing us from doing it.
Смотри, она. Вот этим
So
она не упирается.
though the spring is compressed,
Расходится она.
this boat does not touch it here. Maybe, you know, it is compressed too much. You know, it is a hard stop.
У нас внутренний.
Okay, so the internal fastener is
Почему он не встает, я не пойму.
springed as well.
Может, ты вот чуть-чуть, знаешь,
Maybe we should
нет. Не-не-не, сделай.
try it in diagonal direction. So the opening is not enough to install it on the handrail. The gap is not enough.
Сергей, второй.
EV2, Sergey 2, go ahead, Artyom.
Убери, пожалуйста, охлаждение. Там дальше единицы не ставь. У тебя там
Please.
9 градусов. Боюсь замерзнуть.
Decrease the
Дальше первый.
cooling. I think we are afraid you will freeze. It's just 9 degrees. Copy will do. Now, more or less, the position is now fine. Now, I understand why. Of course, there was some kind of nut, and it got in between. You see? Yes. This is a brown nut here. Yes, I can see that. It has to be unfastened somehow. Well, it is tight here. Let us try. Yeah, it has to be just got off with force. No, actually, there is no need. It has to be just pushed away, and this ring here. Yes, I agree.
There you go, I got it. We have the tether installed.
Движение раз.
Right, movement. Move it. 1, 2.
Наблюдаю, да, есть. Теперь давай машину.
Let me try and turn it.
Давай. Так, чем мы сейчас, короче.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov as they continue to work to secure a tray of experiments called the Impact that measures micrometeoroid debris hits on the surface of the Russian segment of the station.
Кочегары мы не водники. Монтажники, высотники. Так. Зафиксируем
Okay.
ключом. Сейчас осталось только снять. Принято.
We have it secured.
And word now being received that the cosmonauts have, in fact, installed the replacement tray of witness plates for that impact experiment.
Don't you think that it's best to connect it to tie it down with a wire tie?
Принято.
Well, if you think it's best, but it's tight. Then make sure it's secure, and then just
Так, может быть,
remove it.
сейчас
Right, so we have the safety tether. We need to move it to the old one,
этим же летом я
and then with this one, I'm going to secure the cover. Copy.
Принято, да, именно так и делаем.
We copy, crew, and that's exactly how we want you to do it.
По поводу транспортировки дальнейшей импакта, следующая рекомендация.
So for impact, for moving it,
подвязывать проволокой.
so what the recommendations are that the cover, the face side of cover, needs to be attached to unintelligible, and the other side should be to the crew lock bag.
Я цепляю карабин.
Okay, one more time.
Цепили карабин от
So I have 4
сейчас
hooks.
выполняю закрепление.
I'm attaching it to the old one.
Принято. Такое ощущение, что
Be careful.
карабин летает.
It seems that one of the hooks is not secure.
Кажется.
Okay, we have it all secure.
Зафиксировал карабином, который на
The one that
старый импакт.
is with the crew lock bag. The old impact is secure there.
Хвостик. Нажми на. Получится. Сейчас. Мы его.
Okay, like this.
Ага.
Ребят, через 2 минуты возможно
Guys.
5-минутное пропадание связи.
In 2 minutes, we may have a 5-minute LOS.
Тогда разрешение на отталкивание.
So do you have our go to jettison the cover?
Как раз хотел об этом поговорить.
As we have planned. Right, that's what we wanted to say.
Отталкивание и считаете это сделать безопасно.
Just make sure you are in the jettison zone. You identify it, and that's when you jettison the cover.
Тогда
We're not there yet.
солнечные батареи корабля и самого корабля.
So just make sure there is nothing in the way, that there are no solar arrays that may be in the way. And the Soyuz is not in the way either.
Забираем с собой в
Okay.
крылок-бэге внутри.
One more time, could you tell us
Старый импакт.
how do we need to
На поручни.
attach the impact? To the handrail?
Вот. И
Подвязать к
I can attach it.
на крыло.
I can attach the old impact to the crew lock bag with the wire tie that is,
Да, да.
or we can use the wire tie that we have for the towel. And it's probably better to use the wire tie that we have the towel attached with. I have the cover removed from the from the new impact.
Принято.
We copy.
Где помощь нужна?
Sergey, do you need a hand here? No. I'm attaching the impact with a wire tie and 3 twists. And there we go, ready. Right, the impact has been secured. The crew lock bag is closed
Принято.
and secured as well.
Отдохнем пару
We
минут.
copy all.
И по моей команде начнем движение в сторону мимо второго.
Так, что сделать с снятым чехлом?
Там, видимо, помехи связи были. Повернитесь еще раз тогда в сторону против вектора скорости. И мне нужна ваша квитанция.
Вот так вот видно? Серьез. Можешь развернуться? Не, пока не могу. А можешь тогда отойти ко мне, тут поручни больше? Да? Можешь это правильная мысль. Нечего там болтаться. Да, нечего. Тут мучиться. Подожди, можешь нормально перейти? Потому что я твой короткий перестыкую. Нет, не короткий, не трогай. Хорошо, все. Я сейчас таким же кардибалетом, как сюда. Я понял. Все, так, значит, я двигаюсь в сторону.
Okay, so I will do it the same way as before.
Не работает кардибалет.
Right, not working.
Отлично. Хорошо перескочил.
Great,
Все, так.
I'm there.
Тогда я... Ну все, давай сейчас двигайте обратно. За продольный выйдем. Хорошо.
Right, so
И там будет песня.
let's use the longitudinal one.
У меня короткий. Короткий должен идти задом. Ну ладно, сейчас. Раз. Давай. Отлично. Разворачивай.
Great, and we are turning.
Сейчас вижу солнечную батарею. Ага.
All right, I see the solar rays.
Так, перешел на продольный.
Okay, I am
Принято. Что насчет зоны отталкивания?
on the longitudinal. And what about the, we copy
Сейчас, секунду, подтвердим.
EV1 and EV2, and what about the jettisoning?
Солнечная батарея корабля.
Well, I currently still see the solar rays. Okay, I have a suggestion. Talking over each other.
Ребят, у нас тень закончится через...
Guys, we will get out of the eclipse
Ребят, у нас тень закончится через
in
7 минут.
7 minutes,
И вместе с полотенцами отбросим
and
единым целым.
we suggest to jettison the cover together with the towels.
До кольцевых поручней дойдем.
Let's just get to the handrails right now. Circular handrails. Copy. Circular handrails.
Второй, двигаюсь по продольным.
VV2, I'm moving along towards longitudinal.
Первый следом.
And AV1, I'm right behind you.
Ребят, рекомендация по поводу защитного чехла, то, что
Guys,
наносим его внутрь.
we do have recommendation
Только полотенце.
regarding the protective glass.
Защитный чехол внутрь, да?
We are not jettisoning the cover. We're jettisoning only the towels. We copy. So the cover should go in the bag, right? Yes.
Так. Второй. Подошел к мягкому борту.
EV2, I'm at the
Большого малого диаметра.
gap spanner.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5.5 hours into the spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. The impact tray of witness plates that measures micrometeoroid debris hits and other data regarding foreign debris hits on the surface of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That new tray of witness plates has been installed. Some conversation about jettisoning its cover, but that was ruled out by the Russian Flight Control Team. They still have on the pre-EVA plan the likely jettisoning of a couple of towels that the cosmonauts will use to wipe down their Orlan suits before they return to the Poisk airlock.
And perform the visual inspection while you are at the circular handrails. Okay, we copy. I'll move up a little bit to plane 3.
Через 2 минуты окончание тени.
2 minutes till the end of eclipse. Copy.
Здесь есть такой кольцевой поручень.
So we have 2442 circular handrail. It is kind of going at an angle, and it's marked with some black markings. Can I use it to secure myself too? Yes.
Так, я
Okay.
второй.
EV2.
Ага.
Unintelligible.
Второй сместился в сторону
I have moved towards
четвертой плоскости.
plane 4.
Да, в сторону четвертой плоскости.
So I have moved towards plane 4.
В сторону третьей, наверное. Ну, в сторону
Probably more towards plane 3. Is that where we are moving?
Так. Все, мы находимся на кольцевых.
And we are at the circular handrails.
Принято. Давайте сейчас ожидаем солнышко.
Okay, just stand by for the sun.
Есть солнышко.
Принято. Ну, сейчас
We
оно
copy.
засветит, когда хорошо.
We see the sun. Just wait a little bit more.
Внешний осмотр.
Just
Внимательно изучаем скафандр.
review
Перед, спину, ноги.
and
Те места, которые не
perform visual inspection of your organs. Just make sure everything is fine and clean.
На руках у тебя не вижу никаких
All right, I don't see anything
изменений, пятен.
on your gloves.
На
No
тебя
residue or dirt.
плечи.
Actually, you have something on your shoulder, a tiny
На плече
dark spot. Which side?
слева.
On the left one?
Ага,
Yes.
нет, ты не увидишь.
Well, I don't see it. Well, you won't.
Ноги чистые у тебя.
The legs are all clean, and the boots are also all clean.
Руки
So the hands are as well.
есть на предплечье немножко здесь.
There is a little bit of
Не факт, что это именно.
dirt, something
может быть
dark
потертости.
on your shoulder.
Такое-то
It may be
Ребят, смотрите,
just some wear and tear on the suit. That's normal.
после всего протираем
Clean your gloves.
планшеты импакта старого.
So clean the impact, the old impact, and do the jettisoning.
Принято.
We copy.
Так, достаем полотенце.
All right, we are getting the towels out.
Второй достал.
EV2 has the towels out.
This is Mission Control Houston, having installed the new impact tray of micrometeoroid debris witness plates on the large diameter of the Zvezda service module. Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Sverchkov are wiping down their suits and gloves with some towels that they'll be jettisoning aft of the International Space Station, those towels posing no threat to recontact the orbital outpost.
On the gloves, like some dust. And the towel gets some of it off, but not all of it. Space dust. All right, let me clean the handrail.
А черная краска, которая на
All right, this dark
характерная с хлопьями.
color that is on the handrails of the SM. Pretty characteristic there. Kind of floating away.
Давай-ка притянусь туда. Не стирает.
All right, it just
Темная.
doesn't want to get off. The dark one. Copy.
Мне надо было перефиксировать
Maybe I should have
длинного. Да ё-моё.
moved from that long one.
Так, ждем
Oh, shoot.
рассвета, да?
All right, we are standing by for the sunrise.
Еще не было?
Ждем чего-то.
Artyom, are we waiting for anything?
Принято.
Навигатор отражается, но...
So, have you cleaned up the dirt? Well, some of it.
Ну, вы смотрите. Давайте тогда еще подождем 2 минутки.
All right. Let's wait for another couple of minutes. Sounds good.
Вы пока примерьтесь к месту отталкивания, откуда удобнее делать.
Please just select the right position
Соответственно, чтобы не было
to
элементов
do the jettisoning.
конструкции оборудования.
Make sure that there is nothing in the way of the towels.
Трудно сделать здесь ПТМ такой стоит здесь.
Well, there is this PTN unit that's installed here, but I'd say that,
И ПТА, и вискор.
or PTI unit, but I'd say that it's doable.
Получается, как-то боком надо расположить.
We'll probably have to position ourselves like a little bit.
Небольшой перерыв связи.
There was a short dropout in COM,
Я так понимаю, что
and
солнышко
as
вышло.
far as I understand, the sun is out, right?
Да.
Солнышко вышло.
The sun is out.
Да. Вектор отталкивания определили.
We have identified the jettisoning vector.
Я хотел.
Принято. В принципе,
Copy.
отталкивать надо в сторону горизонта.
Just find the horizon and jettison it towards the horizon. Affirmative.
Ну, тогда давайте, поехали.
Горизонт уже...
All right, guys. Let's roll. We can potentially spot the horizon,
Естественно, первый готов.
and EV1 is ready.
Конусы 360 градусов.
All right,
В сторону горизонта.
towards the horizon, 360 degrees.
Оба полотенца
Both towels
ушли красиво.
have been jettisoned successfully.
Потому что они так блестят.
And as you can see from the helmet camera from Station Commander Sergei Ryzhikov, both towels used to wipe down the Orlan suits for Ryzhikov and Kudzverchkov have now been jettisoned aft. They will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and disintegrate. Very little mass to those towels and no potential for recontact with the station.
There, so that we could actually rotate the solar arrays and put them in the right positioning for for you to be able to continue. And please do not continue towards the smaller diameter because we need to stand by till the solar arrays are in correct position. Copy.
Батареи строго под нами.
The solar arrays are exactly underneath us.
Они за нами.
Well, they're a little bit behind us.
Мы их наблюдаем.
We see them.
Перейти на третий блок, надо чуть дальше пройти и доложить.
And
сейчас просто будем
we need to
переводить их на 90 градусов.
Спуститься это...
move a little bit down towards DC1.
Куда у тебя ноги сейчас направлены?
Да, вам надо
Just where your legs are
солнечные батареи мы будем вращать фэпами на первую плоскость.
are pointing. Well, solar arrays should be
Да, ясно, ясно.
towards, like, we would be turning them towards plane 1. Okay, we copy.
Понятно, что мешалось.
Okay, yes, it was in the way.
Так, Артем, я нахожусь по поручню 20.
Artyom, I'm next to handrail 2442. Copy.
Ну, можно дальше идти.
You go to proceed?
Да, действия они...
Yes,
Такой коварный.
stand by. It's tricky here.
Принято. Не мешаете? Не, нормально, просто не дотягивайся.
I'm not in the way?
Так, здесь.
No, you're not. You're fine. Okay.
А вот он. Так, рановато чуть батареи перевели. Я их слегка касаюсь.
I guess we moved the batteries a bit early because I'm
Ну вот это мешает.
touching them slightly.
Так, второй
This is EV2. One of the hooks is attached to the longitudinal handrail. Copy. Moving along the longitudinal handrail. Please wait for EV1 and then you will proceed with battery rotation. Copy.
Так, меня немножко подоспало здесь.
Okay, it got tangled up a bit right here.
Сергей второй, ты пока разместись так.
Sergey 2, please position yourself now while you're waiting. Yes, and next to the longitudinal handrail.
Ты мог контролировать вращение солнечных батарей.
And make sure that you will be in a position that will allow you to monitor the array rotation.
Надо разместиться так, чтобы вы могли оба контролировать положение солнечных
And
батарей.
you will have to move over there and position yourself early to make sure that you're able to monitor the rotation of solar arrays.
Так. Серег, освободил тебе место.
Sergey, I made room for you here. Copy.
Солнечные батареи еще не наблюдаю.
I do not see the solar arrays just yet,
Вот сейчас наблюдаю батарею
and I can see it now.
во второй плоскости.
The battery that's in
Принято.
the area of plane 2. Copy.
Контролировать
In the case of Sergey 1 will be monitoring the area of plane 4. Okay, copy. And standby 1, I need to attach one more hook.
Ребят, продолжайте движение в сторону МИМ.
Guys,
Сказали, батареи
please
уже выставили.
keep translating towards the MRM modules.
Продолжаем.
I was just told that the solar arrays are feathered already. Okay, so we're going to keep translating. Okay, yes,
Надо в сторону.
copy.
Там надо будет сместиться в сторону.
I guess they were feathered earlier. And we will need to move over towards the plane 2 area and move carefully here.
Сейчас я осмотрюсь.
Let me look around.
Давай.
В смысле, а там прямая трасса по третьей плоскости.
There is a straightforward translation path to plane 3. Yes, that's correct, but there is some equipment on the handrail,
Адаптер.
right on the actual handrail. Okay, yes, I copy that. I understand there is an adapter.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. They have now installed the witness plate called the impact tray of experiments to measure micrometeoroid debris hits on the surface of the outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and are taking a few closeout photos, and will be heading back to the Poisk module airlock soon to wrap up this spacewalk, in which they repositioned a telemetry antenna from the Zvezda service module to Poisk, which is being employed today for the first time as an airlock for a Russian spacewalk. The two crew members also retrieved and replaced some material science experiment trays on the outside of the Russian segment. But we're unable to install a fluid regulator system into the Zarya module to replace an older unit because they could not open up the cover housing the new fluid flow regulator. That is not an impact to operations. The older unit is still performing nicely with no issues. So the new fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module will be installed at a later date.
Стоп, сейчас. Что-то за что-то зацепилось.
Something got tangled up here.
Действительно зацепился за карабин какой-то мягкого поручня.
So I got tangled up on the hook of the gap spanner.
Хорошо. Давай посмотрим. Включаем. Попробуем обойтись всю эту ерунду.
So let me check that.
Я зацепился. Тянет. Так.
Sergey, I think this is the red tether
Давай
that's going along here.
Какой red? Red зацепился за магнитный замок. Видишь, рожок?
Do you see the red? It is attached to the lock.
Да.
Yes. Thanks.
The Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow are going to have the two spacewalkers go back just a few feet onto the service module so that they can reposition about 90 degrees an instrument that measures thruster plume impingement on the surface of the Zvezda service module. That should be the last task that they tackle during today's spacewalk.
Yes.
Сергей, второй. Как будет минутка,
Sergey, too.
можешь
When you get a
свою,
chance,
переключить на шлемную.
could you please switch over your
Выключить и включить.
camera.
Потеряли картинку.
What should I do to turn it off? Can you please turn it off and back on because we are not getting the video from your camera. Okay, I pressed on the button twice, and as far as the LED goes, let me check. I do not see it yet. I do not see the LED, so let me try doing that again. Okay, and it's on now. Copy, thanks.
And a good view of the center of attention today, the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, launched on November 10th, 2009. This module that has served as a docking port for arriving Russian vehicles today received a second hat, that being the ability to support Russian spacewalks. The crew spent some time this morning depressurizing and repressurizing and checking hatch seals to make sure that Poisk was fit to support spacewalk activity. It passed with flying colors, and Poisk now in service in support of Russian spacewalks. Next year, the Russians will be launching the multi-purpose laboratory module called Nauka, the Russian word for science.
Okay.
That will be launched on a proton rocket, a huge 22-ton module that will serve several purposes, not only as a research laboratory, but also as a docking port and an airlock that will replace the Pirs docking compartment, which will be detached from the station and deorbited through a Russian Progress cargo ship to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, the shortcut handrail is behind me, correct? But I should be translating towards...
Again, Ryzhikov and Sverchkov, as we approach the 6-hour mark in the spacewalk, one more task for them, and that is the repositioning of a thruster plume impingement monitor on the Zvezda service module, after which they will wrap up the spacewalk by collecting their tools, checking the inventory of items that they brought outside with them this morning, and then getting back inside Poisk, closing the hatch and repressurizing the airlock. The end of the Russian spacewalk will be measured at the point of hatch closure.
SM, and it will be at an angle. Overall, there is a mechanical lock.
Это при необходимости. Возможно, получится провернуть и без расфиксации.
That needs to be unfastened if necessary. Maybe you will be able to rotate it without unfastening it. And solar arrays are a good landmark for you now, and you will need to rotate BKDO in a plane towards the solar arrays, and also monitor the needle. It should be oriented and audible. Okay. So I just wanted to give you a reminder.
Yeah.
Сергей первый.
Sergey 1.
Да.
Go ahead.
Посмотри внимательно, пожалуйста, на свое навесное оборудование.
Could you please check your OTAs? I think a wind knob came off.
Я его уже попытался вернуть на место.
Yes, I tried to put back on.
Возвращаю еще раз.
So let me
Да,
try that again.
остановитесь, отдышитесь.
Just stop for now,
И потом
take a break, catch your breath,
паузы продолжим.
and we will continue after the break.
Вернул.
Okay, it's back on.
Лица.
Принято. Ну, продолжайте
Copy.
пока.
And you can rest for now.
Чувствую,
Okay.
продолжайте движение.
Да, осмотреться надо сейчас.
And then we'll tell you when to proceed. Okay, we need to look around. What's more convenient here? I guess the seat should be oriented towards the box.
Время ВКД 6 часов.
EVA elapsed time is 6 hours. Copy.
Так, Серег, я тебе освободил место. Да, вижу.
Sergey, I made room for you here. Yes, I see it.
Ребят, сейчас, в принципе, можно включить GoPro.
Guys, you can turn on GoPro cameras and you can keep them on until the completion of the EVA. Copy. So we're almost back. Yes. Okay, I got that. So I guess I will need to move over there and up. Yes. Please move back. Okay, yes. So EV1 inaudible.
Москве, Сергей, это Кейт на связи из...
Moscow, this is Kate. I am in PHO. How do you read me? Loud and clear? Okay, that's good.
Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov are back at the Poisk airlock hatchway. You see the space station commander, Sergei Ryzhikov, right at the hatchway, from which they exited about 6 hours and 8 minutes ago at the start of today's spacewalk. Once inside, they'll close the hatch. That will mark the official end of today's spacewalk in terms of elapsed time. We then will wait for the start of the repressurization of the Poisk airlock, again being used for the first time today, and we'll provide some statistical information for you before we wrap up our coverage.
This is EV1. I am positioned next to BKDO, and the same for EV2. We are ready to proceed. Do you guys need to take a quick break to catch your breath? No, so we're turning it now. Excellent. No. No, please push a bit more. Okay, that's it. Okay, and I copied that you see the BKDO unit and its position. Yes, it's at approximately 45-degree angle. And the arrow is pointing towards the SM aft, and BKDO is parallel to solar arrays. Copy.
So, GoPro was включено.
And GoPro cameras are on. Could you please film it? And then you will go back. Okay, copy. And I'm filming it now.
Ребят, сейчас переходим к люку. Внутрь не...
Guys, you will move over towards the hatch now, and do not go back inside. When you position yourself next to hatch edge, EV1 should be prepared to go back inside first, and then EV2 will go second. Before you go back in, we're going to have to do equipment inventory. Copy.
Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov being instructed by flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center to take an inventory of their tools and other equipment they used during the course of today's spacewalk. Ryzhikov will be first inside, followed by Kud Sverchkov, reversing the order in which they exited the Poisk airlock this morning. The two cosmonauts completed the shakedown on the Poisk airlock to be used for Russian spacewalks. Following leak checks of the Poisk airlock hatch, and as well as the depressurization and repressurization of the newly employed airlock, the two cosmonauts were able to reposition an antenna cable connecting the Pirs docking compartment to the Zvezda service module. It was repositioned that now links the Poisk airlock to the Zvezda service module. This sets the stage for future work that will decommission the Pirs docking compartment for its detachment and disposal next year, prior to the launch of the multipurpose laboratory module as a brand new module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. The two cosmonauts retrieved a connector bracket sample housing material science experiments off of the Piers docking compartment. Retrieved and replaced a micrometeoroid impact tray from the large diameter area of the Zvezda service module. Took photos of plume deflectors on the Zvezda service module. Repositioned a plume impingement experiment measuring thruster impingement on the service module as well. They did not have time to clean a window on the outside of the service module, and they were not able to replace a fluid regulator device on the Zarya module because they were not able to open the lid to the container in which a brand new fluid regulator was housed. Those tasks will be rescheduled for a future spacewalk.
EV1, you don't have to do that now. This is for EV2, and EV1 will proceed with positioning himself inside the module. Yes, that's what we were going to do. That was Sergey too. Okay, I copy that now. I apologize.
So the first hook should be left on the outer surface, on the external surface. Come again. EV1 did not copy. So both hooks are outside. No, yes, until you ingress, they should be outside. Copy. We had a short com dropout, guys. So the MLI on plate number 9 is closed. Copy. You both right now are at the edge of the EVA hatch, correct? Yes, I'm at handrail 61, which is next to the hatch. Okay, let us do the inspection of the OTA attached hardware. Okay, so EV2, first complete your translation and then report that you are there. EV1 is right before the hatch, and I'm next to him, so we are not in the way of each other, so we can continue. Yes, go ahead. So we are checking the hardware. Yes, crew log bag is in place. Crew log bag, yes, it's in place. I confirm. Okay, so let's first check what EV1 has. OTA is there, right? Yes, check. Swing arm? Check. Yes, it's in place. Tool caddy? There. Trash bag? There. Check. Ratchet wrench with the wing nut wrench and rat? Yes, all three are there. Cutter? Yes, it is there. Check.
Глиссер с ретом.
Glisser camera with the red tether.
Глиссер с ретом на месте.
Yes, they are here.
Один свободный, small.
One small red tether is free.
Да.
Available? Yes. One available tether.
Один свободный, large, small.
And there is also the large small, also free, and it is connected to the housing of the impact.
Тогда, Сергей,
Okay.
Сейчас тоже смотри на второго.
Then, Sergey, please look at operator 2, at Sergey 2, and we will do the inspection with him. OTA, Sergey 2?
OTA на месте.
Yes, I have it.
Twin arm.
Swing arm?
На месте.
I have it.
Tool caddy.
Tool caddy?
Что? Tool caddy?
Come again? Yes, tool caddy is in place. Okay, so the ratchet wrench with wing nut wrench and red?
На месте. Ключ, трещотка, барашек.
There, all three items. Check. Copy. Glisser camera with the red tether. Small red. Yes. I have it. One free small red and not attached. Yes, one unattached and one large small. Everything is in place. Thank you so much. So EV1, you ingress first, and EV2 will follow you. Copy in work.
Короткий карабин внутри.
Okay, the short hook is inside. The swing arm is in the way. To get snagged. Now this is good. Excellent. EV1 is inside.
And Ryzhikov now back inside the Poisk module.
Module. The EV2 has started moving in.
At the end of the day, the two cosmonauts completed everything except the replacement of that fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module. No impact to Russian operations, however. That task will be deferred to a future spacewalk, as well as the cleaning of one of the windows on the outside of the service module. All of the other tasks were completed, including the validation of the Poisk airlock, most importantly, as a new airlock to be used for future Russian spacewalks, and the disconnection and reconnection of an antenna cable that now links the Poisk module to the Zvezda service module for telemetry for future spacewalks.
Yeah, you know, my tether got snagged. Copy. The airtight container. Sergey, your feet are touching the cables. Try to move your feet a little bit. Bend your knees. Yeah. Is it okay now? Yes, it is better. That's excellent.
The view from Sergei Ryzhikov's helmet camera. He is halfway inside the Poisk airlock, looking at his spacewalking crewmate, Sergei Sverchkov, both cosmonauts completing the first spacewalks of their careers, the 232nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Okay, so your watch is moving on your wrist. And here we have to deal with impact, right? Yes, that's correct. The impact is unintelligible. We need to get the bag first. Where is it? So impact is secured with a hook to the handrail. I am unfastening it from the red right now. Copy. And red is secured to the cover, and we think that it is sufficient.
Но, соответственно, когда...
You know, I am having the bag. I am holding it. It is prepared in principle. Now we have to put the impact tray there. Be careful with the hook. Yes, it is ready. No, not ready yet. There is wire tie here, so I have to unfasten it. It is to that. It is secured to that one. Yes, that's correct. All right, now I'm putting the impact inside the bag. Push it a little bit more. You know, I flew away a little bit. Stand by one. Let me position myself better. Unintelligible. You know, it is narrow, this bag. The opening is not sufficiently wide. Okay, it is almost there. Now let me adjust the latch because it's snagged on the wire tie here. Copy. Now remove the hook. Yes, of course, you can do it now. It is secure inside. It is done. Copy. I remove the hook. I'm holding it. Now pull the cord. Yes, it is tight now, the bag.
Наблюдаем.
We watching it, guys.
Сергей, первый, второй.
Sergey, 1 and 2. Go ahead, Artem. When you are ready to remove the protective ring, please deactivate the sublimators, and then after that you will deal with the protective ring. Okay, so it is EV2. Do I have to ingress? Yes, it's a go. You can ingress now. If you are done with everything, you can ingress. EV1 and EV2 you can ingress. Before the protective ring activity, you will need, 407 connectors. You have to tow them to KBO. Bag. All right. So before the protective ring installation, after the ingress, yes, you will have to do it after the ingress. Okay. So the hook from crew lock bag now is transferred inside. I'm taking it inside. KBO bag is ready. Crew lock bag is inside also already. So after I have my short tether inside, can I demate crew lock bag from my tether? Once the hook of the equipment tether is secured inside the MRM, yes, then of course you can do it. Crew lock bag is secured inside MRM2 on the circular handrail. In that case, yes, you can release your tether. I also can actually use the second, can demate the second hook from impact. There is no need for that. EV2. Okay, copy. So I demated, unhooked the external hook of from the crew lock bag. It's my short tether. And I am going to ingress.
Для того, чтобы СМП работать, нам нужен crew lock bag, соответственно.
So we will need the crew lock bag in order to work with the connector unit. Okay. You know, my cartridge is coming to the limit. You know, this is due to the time that you have spent in your spacesuit. Yes, I understand.
Второй.
EV2 is inside. Copy. We are watching it from EV1 camera. I am moving.
Both crew members, Ryzhikov and Sverchkov, now back inside the Poisk module airlock. And we'll be standing by for the hatch to be closed to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Tether. The long tether is rehooked to the handrail inside the MRM2 module, and the second EV operator is fully inside. I have ingress in full. Copy. I'm ready with the bag. Okay, I'm working with the crew lock bag now. The crew lock bag is open.
СНП. Изъят.
So the SNP 407 connector assembly
Крылок закрой.
is here, so I am closing the crew lock bag.
Подожди, ротор страхуй.
Unintelligible.
Сейчас ротор беру.
Okay, let me retrieve the red. Yes, I can see it. Stand by one.
Тем временем наступила тень.
Okay, so we are in eclipse
Так как мы уже внутри.
right now.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, убрали СНП.
So the SNP 407 is in the bag. It is stowed there. Copy.
Тогда, в принципе, можно включать сушку сублиматора,
Then you
потому что мы
can
приступаем к финальной процедуре
deactivate the sublimators.
защитного кольца.
Of course, you will proceed to the removal of the protective ring. Yes. The T2 switch, the T2 control, temperature control switch should be in position 3, guys.
Давай. Сейчас только. Сюда потоки мне получится убрать. Для включения сублиматора необходимо.
Okay, in order to deactivate the sublimators, we need to put
Правильно?
the temperature switch to
Потом ее обратно вверх в подтянутом состоянии. И поставьте в
4.
троечку для
Actually, you know, it is 3. Position 3 is better for drying out. Okay, position 3 will do.
Да, в шестерку.
Okay, so the EV1 sublimator is deactivated. Copy.
Я пока не могу.
Ну и СТР можно
And
включать.
the ISTR, the
Так.
source system can be deactivated too.
Так,
Тумблер СТР.
The ISTR switch
давай я тебе выключу.
can be
АСТР? Да.
deactivated. Let me help you. Yeah, I need first to deactivate my sublimator.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Свинар попусти, он мешает.
Could you lower the arm a little bit because it is in the way? Copy.
Что ты ждешь?
Something is impeding, something in between there.
Moments away from the closing of the hatch to the Poisk module to complete today's spacewalk. A good view of Sergei Ryzhikov from the helmet camera of Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, the two cosmonauts wrapping up the first spacewalks of their respective careers.
In the lower end? No.
Я не удобно. Чуть-чуть. Не надо, он наоборот от меня.
Unintelligible. You move out back from me. Okay?
Получается? Нет. Странно.
No.
Он как-то наполовину.
Somehow it is
Может быть, еще раз попробовать утопить, переключить.
goes only halfway. Maybe you should first press it and then
Сейчас индикатор сублиматор.
the sublimator indicator
Принято.
is pressed. Yes, copy.
Спасибо.
Ну, у вас на дисплеях появилась сушка ТО?
Can you see drying of the toe on your displays? Yes, 2.5.
Принято.
Yes, and inaudible for the EV2. Copy.
Ну, там может или раньше 10 минут появиться.
You know, the drying norm or OK should
Норма должна появиться.
appear earlier than 10 minutes or after 10 minutes. You will see.
Ребят, ну приступаем к снятию защитного кольца.
Okay, so we are starting the removal of the protective ring, guys. It's a go. Copy. In work.
Мы же еще этот не сняли.
We haven't removed the hook here yet.
Давай сюда уберем задух.
Okay, so let us push it away from here.
Нет, я тут сверху руки. А? У тебя скорость сверху руки, а там, вижу, уже зафиксирован.
You know, it is secured there,
Да, да.
this hook, yes.
Ну, дай выше, назад.
So you can try to push it back.
А, вот тебя пристегнут? Конечно.
Yeah, of course, it is hooked. Yes, it is hooked. All right, so,
Ну, тогда у нас получается сейчас фалки здесь.
you know, but then the tether will be right across the whole airlock. So I will unhook it first. Okay.
Да, самое оптимальное решение.
Yeah, this is an optimal decision. Yes, because we won't have to reach there that far away. You hook on the hook, and sitting on it is the third hook, so to say.
Так, вот это, да? Ага. Все.
Yes, I am holding it. I got it.
Здесь подальше отсюда.
All right, I will move out from here a little bit farther away. So I'm turning here, changing my position. The fastener here.
Сергей, второй, а в каком
EV2.
ручка тепло-холод?
What is your temperature switch position? In position 3?
Я второй ставил.
Yes, I put it in position 3. It should be. I cannot tell you right now, but, you know, it is already drying for 4 minutes. Copy. And mine is drying for 6 minutes. It's EV1. Copy.
Настройки, да.
Unintelligible.
Ребят, как дела?
Guys, how are things? How are you doing?
Все нормально, ждем команду.
Everything is fine. We're standing by for your go. But I've already told you. Have you removed the protective ring?
Нет.
Not yet.
Сейчас снимаем.
We are doing it now. I moved the flag. We are doing it. So the EV2.
The removal of that protective ring reverses the order of the work that was done at the beginning of today's spacewalk after the opening of the hatch to the Pirs to the Poisk module, the new airlock being employed for the first time today by Ryzhikov and Kud Sverchkov. That protective ring preventing any orbital debris from striking the edge of the seals to the airlock hatch.
Folded it. It is ready. So the protective ring is removed, and we are stowed behind the 6113 handrail. Now you can also remove the adjustable tether, folks, but leave the hatch in the open position until the activity with sublimators. Okay, the hook is removed. We copy all. Copy. The rubber seals on my side are all good. From 8 to 1, that's what I can see if we use the face of the clock allegory. Okay? Copy. The tail drying is normal for EV1, 9 minutes, 8 seconds is the time of the drying. Guys, we have a recommendation. If after you close the hatch, we have comb drop out, you will have to mate the electrical umbilical. Copy will do.
We are standing by for the LED indicator that everything is nominal, and we are standing by for the timer. I see.
прошло.
10 minutes is up. 10:02.
Здесь норма.
And ТДО is normal.
Да. Можно закрывать.
And we are ready to proceed.
Серег, я плохо вижу.
And Sergey, I don't see clearly. Was there repress?
Так, ручка на месте.
The handle is in place.
Флажок проплачен. Начинаю
In
вращать.
the correct position, and I'm starting the rotation.
This view from a balcony camera overlooking the Russian Mission Control Center on the outskirts of Moscow, as Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov are about to close the hatch to the Poisk module airlock, its use having been perfectly successful in its debut as an airlock to support Russian spacewalks. standing by for the hatch closure that will stop the clock on today's spacewalk.
All right, I need to adjust here. Unintelligible. Was there a click? No, I haven't heard it. Me neither. Okay, and now we had the click. Copy. So the rollers should be in position closed. They all are in position closed.
Спасибо.
Thank you, and I'm removing the handle.
6 часов 47 минут.
So you were outside for 6 hours 47 minutes. Congratulations on your first CVA. Thank you so much for your work, and we are standing by for the end of the repress. And I am handing over the floor to Dima. And thank you. Thank you so much, Artyom. Thank you for your support. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Thank you. Hey? Do you see unintelligibles? They are right next to me. Okay, it's important something. Hold on. Sergey 1, Sergey 2. This is Dmitry for repress. Please prep the cue cards. Cue card 9. Copy cue card 9. And just put yourself in the correct position. And we are connecting the electrical umbilicals.
Так, Сереж, если разместились, то открываем
Сергей.
фрагмент 10, шаг 3, надув МИМ-2 до 260 мм.
Open step 3. So this is going to be repress up to 60 millimeters.
Фрагмент 10, шаг 3.
What cue card are you talking about? It's cue card 10. It's going to be MRM2 repress to 260 millimeters from PHO. Did he say 10? No. I just misheard then.
The hatch is closed to the Poisk airlock. We're just waiting for confirmation on an official time for that hatch closure, which will denote the exact elapsed time of today's spacewalk.
All right, so cue card 10 is open. Step 3, we are monitoring KSD valve 2 in position closed, KSD DC1 in position closed. Valve panel is on. KSD DC1 open, is not illuminated. And on your go, I am ready to open KVD FHOSU valve. We have a go, send the command. Do you give us the go? Yes, you have a go. And I confirm the LED is illuminated, and we're starting the timer. Copy. The timer has been started, and MRM2 pressure is increasing. Current pressure is 20 millimeters.
И комментируем шагом 20-30 миллиметров давление.
Just provide us a running commentary every time the pressure increases up like 20-30 millimeters. 3.2 is for EV2. MRM pressure is
Сергей 1.
Sergey 1. What's the pressure? 2.3. MRM2 pressure is 115. 0.22 and 0.23 are pressures in the suit. Once you reach pressure 260, we will be closing the cavity valve. We copy. MRM2 pressure 160. And the timer is 2 minutes. And UDSK is 0.15. And Sergey, what's the pressure in MRM2 and in the suits? MRM2 pressure is 180. Suit 1, 0.12 and 0.13 are pressures for suit 1 and suit 2. Sergey, let's turn off US cameras. Just push the button to turn them off. EV1 has his camera off. EV2 has his camera off. Copy. MRM2 pressure is 220. EV1 suit is 0.8 and 0.9 are the pressures in suit 1 and suit 2 correspondingly. Copy.
Двести
235 is the pressure in MRM2. 3.5 minutes.
Принято. Ну, если
Suit pressure
будет в районе нуля, можно будет
0.6.
инжектор, да, там 0,05, 0,06 и отключить.
Well, if the pressure is getting close to zeros in the suits, you can use the injector for the suits to have them at 0.06, 0.05. Well, currently it's 0.04.
Давление 260.
And pressure is an intelligible copy and at pressure of 260. Don't forget to close KVD-PHSU. I'll be ready. In 5 millimeters, we'll be closing the KVD-PHSU hatch. Oh, valve, correction. 260 is the MRM2 pressure. And I am closing the KVD valve. And I confirm the LED is no longer illuminated.
Разрешение снято.
Хорошо.
And enabled is no longer there. What's the MV pressure in MRM2? At the beginning, when you were equalizing the pressure. Stand by, let me place myself a little bit more comfortably. 260 is the MRM2 pressure on MV. Okay, now you can move on to Q card 11, step 5. Transition to onboard power supply, and you can start working per the step. Copy. Q card 11, step 5. I am monitoring total pressure in O2 tanks.
На пульте POV переключаем.
And on the POV panel, please put the switch to BECA 1 and BECA 2. First tank is 40. Second, 290.
Принято.
Copy.
Третьим
Third
80.
is 280.
Принято.
Copy.
Ну, уже больше 150.
Oh, it's definitely more than 150. Shall we continue?
Дальше.
50.
Хорошо.
And in the fourth one, it's unintelligible 60.
Подтверждаю. Хорошо.
And I'm
Перевел. Есть Венгер O2 open.
okay. I have O2 open. Repress, purge, Orlan 1 and 2. No,
This is Mission Control Houston. We now have confirmation on the official end time to today's spacewalk by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. The spacewalk coming to an end with hatch closure on the Poisk module airlock at 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The elapsed time of the spacewalk, 6 hours, 48 minutes. We'll have other statistical information for you momentarily.
Смотрите, там, если тяжело, можете
Guys,
друг другу помочь.
if it's
Направить
getting
остановить
difficult,
направляющую.
In addition, the Poisk airlock is being repressurized at this hour. No problems with that. And again, the spacewalk ending at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern Time for an elapsed time of 6 hours, 48 minutes.
Все, открыто.
valve open, but it closes.
Такая же беда.
Same issue here.
Чего это? Не пойму. Тут, видимо, навесное как-то это его. Что ли надо?
Unintelligible.
Да нет, вроде. Давай попробуем.
Let's try.
Другу.
Let's try to just do it to each other.
Сумма так. Давай. Овеческого опа. До завтрашнего. Вот, она значит. Камеру будет. Так. Ага.
There. Is there anything over my shoulder? Is it pull? Is anything pulling there? Maybe the short tether.
Контроль 2.
All right. O2 monitoring.
Повтори, пожалуйста, Сереж.
Sergey, come again.
Есть. Контроль. Патрон, контроль O2.
So we now see the message
На месте.
O2 monitoring, and we see that
Подстыкую. Колодка.
we have the fluid umbilical connected for suit 1, working on the second one.
Наоборот, от меня.
Other way around, away from me.
Так, да? Угу.
Like this, right? Yes.
Вот эти надписи, которые появляются, это
Those
чисто по
messages that
патрон.
come up, it just
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov back inside the Poisk module, where they inaugurated its use as a spacewalking airlock today and began the process of decommissioning the Piers docking compartment, which has been used up to this point over the past 19 years as an airlock for Russian spacewalks. This was the 232nd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 8th spacewalk staged this year out of the International Space Station, and again the first spacewalk conducted out of Poisk. The spacewalk began at 9:12 a.m. Central Time, 10:12 a.m. Eastern Time, with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module, and ended at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern Time with the hatch closure. and an elapsed time of 6 hours, 48 minutes for today's spacewalk, the first for Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov. In all, the 232 spacewalks conducted since the inauguration of spacewalks out of the International Space Station in 1998 have resulted in 1,458 hours and 51 minutes of spacewalks, or the equivalent of 60 days, 18 hours, and 51 minutes of spacewalking time. This was the first spacewalk for Expedition 64. More spacewalks for this increment are planned in the weeks and months ahead.
Sergey, yours is a little bit lower. Yep. Let me give it to you so that I don't have to hunt it down later.
So with the completion of today's spacewalk and the repressurization of the Poisk module underway, that will wrap up our coverage for today. Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov, part of what is now a 7-person crew on board the International Space Station. They will complete the repressurization of Poisk, open up the hatch, as will Kate Rubins on the station side of the Poisk service module interface, and the crew will get some well-deserved rest for the end of the evening. So with that, we'll complete our coverage for today. The spacewalk by Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov now at an end, 6 hours and 48 minutes. Enjoy your evening. Keep following the exploits of Expedition 64 in the International Space Station on the web at www.nasa.gov/station. Have a good evening. This is Mission Control Houston.